Okay, hello, welcome. This will be the live stream for the UAP hearings, September 9th. So let's go right to the actual screen. So this is it, restoring public trust through UAP transparency and whistleblower protection. I'm Chris Lehto. Welcome to LehtoFiles. Thank you guys for being here. Let's see if I can get your comments up. There we go. Welcome, guys. All right, so this is a new system. Let's check it out. Welcome, Chris Hovord. Super stoked for this live stream. Hey, Killick69. Hi, Edwin. Yeah, definitely. So I think it's really important restoring public trust through UAP transparency and whistleblower protection. I think we need both those things in a huge way. Welcome, everybody. Can say, yes, please, buried history, hit the like button. So I just got a call from Steve Bassett. He said he was in line. He was trying to get in. He had reserved seats, and they weren't letting him in. So there was some issue with the reserved seating. Hi, Claire. She's also on the YouTube live chat. Martin Willis, he had an important doctor's appointment, so he will be calling in shortly. From the parking lot, actually. So Martin Willis, if you guys don't know him, he's the host of podcast UFO. It's one of the longest running and I think most respected UAP focused shows in the field. He's been doing live shows for 9+ years. So he's interviewed hundreds of witnesses, researchers, insiders. So he'll be here shortly as soon as he's ready to go. All right, it says it'll start shortly. I've never seen it start on time, so. So there's already 2,085 people. Waiting for the, oh, now it's down to 899. Let's see, how does that look for you guys? Okay, I think we have a little bit of time. I'm going to check out a different. Check the sound here, guys. Let me know if the sound's good.
And they have some of the biggest launch facilities in the world there. They could put up the big Titan rockets. Like, I think that's the one that went to the moon. So we guard all those facilities, in addition to all kind of intel facilities and just basically all stuff, just all the security on the base. So back in 2003, I was the senior patrolman working law enforcement on Bravo flight. I came in to do shift change with Delta flight offgoing. And I knew something was up when I rolled into the squadron building because there was a big crowd of people at the smoke pit right across from our armory. It's in the parking lot. And there's this big crowd, and as I pulled in, they all started to point at me. They're like, there's Jeff, you know, and I could tell something big had happened. And that wasn't unusual, you know. A lot of times I'd come on and the off-going flight would tell me some wild event that had happened. So I'm like, okay, what's up? So I park my truck, I go over to the smoke pit, and everybody just starts to tell me, everybody's talking at once about this UFO event that happened that morning. And initially I'm like, you know, are you guys playing a prank? Because Air Force cops are notorious for playing pretty elaborate pranks. But really quickly I realized they were not joking around. They're like, now this happened.
How many people were there?
There was probably, you know, a dozen or so people around waiting for me. And those would have been the Delta flight patrolmen, some of Bravo flight oncoming. You know, we had early posting guys that would go out to security areas. So we had a lot of people that would come in before shift, like about an hour, to do a changeover and then go out. So there was probably at least 10, 12 people out there, a mix of Bravo flight and Delta flight. So they start telling me, I'm like, what happened? They're like, we got a call from range control, which are the people that run the test ranges for the rockets. And they said there was this gigantic UFO flying around LF-21, which is Launch Facility 21, located on the north end of Vandenberg. And I'm like, what are you talking? And they're like, yeah, it's real. So I'm like, okay. So I head over to the command center, the Security Forces Command Center, to meet with the off-going flight chief and flight. And, you know, as I'm walking over there, they're telling me, you know, yeah, the call came in and some of the guys responded out there. They got statements. I'm like, oh, my God, is this real? You know, and I'm getting more and more excited. So I get to the control center and I walk up and everybody's there just waiting to tell me. They're like, you're not going to believe what happened. I'm like, what happened? So the story is about 8:45 in the morning. The dispatcher gets a call from range control, a technical sergeant from range control. And he says, I'm reporting an event that occurred at LF-21 and LF-10, two different sites in the same location. And what he said was the contractors working on site called range control, and they said there was a gigantic floating red square over LF-21 at low altitude. And they were just standing there watching this thing.
A red square. So
red square.
one thing that people have asked me after I spoke about this case at the hearing was, what does that mean, a red square, right? Was this a cube? Did it not look like it had depth and so it's described as a square? I said square in the hearing because that's how it was described to me, just as you described it. And I'm curious if you have any additional details that you could add. Was it a three-dimensional object? Did it just appear to be a square and it just you couldn't tell?
Okay, guys, so everyone joining live stream is scheduled to start in 8 minutes, but they rarely start on time. So this is actually the Red Square witness, Jeff Nucatelli. So he will be one of the witnesses. This is on Merged with Ryan Graves.
So here's the issue. I had the original statement from the contractors. There were 3 contractors that worked for Boeing that saw this object, and they wrote sworn written statements. I've lost those. I lost them in 2012. I have some other statements, but those are indirect witness statements from it. But from my recollection of reading the documents, to the best of my recollection, it was a somewhat flattened square plane, and basically just a big square object, the size of a football field, silently floating over the launch pad. Wow. Red in color, glowing this red color. So as far as I know, it wasn't a cube. It was like a flattened square.
Got it.
So yeah, they start telling me the story, and as they're briefing me on the event, I find out that the flight chief and their senior patrolman, these are the people I'm talking to, they're briefing me. They responded out there. And it's about a 30-minute drive from...
Earlier in the day, they were the ones that responded.
Yeah, so at 8:45, the call came in from range control. They said, the contractors say there's this gigantic floating red square over the launch facility. And the flight chief and the senior patrolman drove out to the facility, and they met the contractors. And they interviewed them. They took written statements, sworn written statements. When the patrolman went out there, they didn't see anything. So they reported in the blotter entry that they didn't see anything anomalous on the way out or when they were there. And then later, they brought in the technical sergeant from range control that called in the initial call, that received the complaint from the contractor saying there's this UFO. They brought that person in and had him write a written statement. I have his written statement, and I also have the blotter entry. And the blotter entry, it's somewhat detailed. but it doesn't go into great detail about the description of the object. All that data was in the witness statements. You know.
Got it.
So, yeah, and that's basically what happened that morning. I came in, they're telling me this crazy story. They responded out, took the statements. And I'm just like, okay, this is crazy, you know. I was like completely like excited about the event because it was real. I'm like, this is not a joke. These are not, you know, these are contractors with top secret clearances, not playing a prank. You had a police
Would it be
response.
usual to see, like, you know, contractors who, my assumption is that they're not constantly on this base. They're probably there for some task or activity that is limited in nature.
Those guys were probably contractors that worked on the base.
Okay, so
They probably lived in.
Okay, so Jeffrey Nucatelli, he served 16 years as an MP, so military police officer. Security forces is really what they were in the Air Force. And so he was directly involved in multiple UAP incidents, and that's between 2003 and 2005. So this is the Vandenberg Red Square that he's referencing. Pretty amazing.
In the local area, and they commuted to Vandenberg every
Well,
morning.
let me not make some assumptions. Let me just ask you a question. In your experience, would the contractors that worked regularly on base, were they prone to pranking the police on the base?
No, not
okay.
at all. No, not at all. Because people have to understand, the Air Force takes security incredibly serious. I mean, it's the top. We have nuclear weapons in the Air Force, and that's the standard we train on, because we have ICBMs, we have nukes loaded on planes. So our security program starts with the top. So we take security extremely seriously. Even, like, for example, when I was in Japan, we had Navy aviators in Japan.
Oh, this is the blue line story, isn't it?
The red line,
Or
yeah.
red line,
And in the Air Force, there's procedures on how you can move on the flight line, and if you so much as step over the wrong line, the Air Force swarms on you. They put you on the ground. You've got guns pointed at you, possibly. You're going to be searched thoroughly. It's very uncomfortable and somewhat painful to go through a Air Force Security Forces search.
Can we demonstrate that on camera?
Okay, I can talk about this firsthand. Yeah, I've been laid on the concrete in South Korea. And I was with the base general, and we went out to the HAZs, that's the emergency alert shelters. And yeah, people had been kind of drinking, and the general decided he wanted to go out, and I don't know, I think the F-117s actually were there. And so he wanted to go check them out. And the young airmen, they were just staring at us with machine guns pointed at us, 50 cals. And I was with the base general, and we all laid on the ground. Because it wasn't planned. They didn't know we were coming. They thought it was like some, test, some training exercise. So those guys are on full alert. So Nucatelli, interesting, 16 years security forces.
For the podcast?
I can do it.
No?
I can do it. Yeah. But so yeah, it's serious. So we don't get a lot of, people pranking.
Playing games, yeah.
Right. Yeah, because you're going to get an armed response with guys with M4s and.
Yeah, that's my experience as well. I just want.
Yeah, my experience as well. So they're not real. It's not a joking kind of scenario. So let's check back. Okay, still waiting. There's 3,288 people waiting for the live stream. So while we're waiting, let's check out Wiggins and Knapp at the same time.
Littoral combat ships, you can be moved around pretty often. For those that know, we know you get moved around a lot. If you have certain NECs or different skills that they need on another ship. So I originally started off on the Omaha and wound up going to the Jackson afterwards. But I saw the Omaha video afterwards. I actually didn't even know it was being recorded originally. But I was there for that incident. Just wasn't on watch. I wasn't, brand new check-in. To the command and just kind of observing things. I
thought that was super interesting too, because he was there for the Omaha in 2019. If you guys remember those videos, those were the famous, green triangle videos that Corbell released. And then Wiggins ended up being later in 2023 on the Jackson.
I've been on an LCS before, so it was new for me. But yeah.
Can you tell us about the Sapphire system, what we are seeing on that video that was released? People complain, oh gosh, it's grainy, but I mean, it's not a Panasonic movie camera. It's a thermal sensor, correct? That's showing us that? Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a thermal sensor, and I understand for those that have seen the video, they may believe that that is like a snippet directly from the system. I from my understanding, I figured if you go outside and record at night with your cell phone, I assume this is cell phone footage, that you're going to get grainy video if you record on your cell phone anything at night. And of course, it's very dark in CIC and in the bridge. So I know I'm in my 40s. I've seen plenty of UFO videos, and I've asked myself, like, why can't there just be a 4K video, a perfect video? But the circumstances seem that, during night, I mean, not everybody's walking around with a night camera to capture these types of things unless they're enthusiasts. So
on Sapphire, you should be able to see how far at things in the air and on the surface.
I'm not a CSM. This is just me taking a stab at it. But I would say on a clear day without any atmospherics, we should be able to see somewhere between, I'd say, 13 to 17 nautical miles. And we're saying zooming in, and I'm not saying a perfect, 4K video, but being able to see, again, CSMs out there that are watching this are probably going to step on my toes for that one, but I don't know the exact number.
So depending on what the propulsion system is, you should be able to see something on that thermal screen that indicates how it works. Is it leaving exhaust, for example? But you didn't see it. It's not like a jet, for example, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see jets, very easily, and their exhaust. There's no, debating that. You can, there are lots of times when, we have on board ships things called like Tiger Cruises, or this is kind of like where the families and friends come on board the ship and we get underway. Like, it's as simple as, just civilians even seeing what we have to display and looking at Sapphire. You'll see, anybody can see, if you get a chance to be on a Navy ship and look at Sapphire, everything we see that is propelled into the air leaves a signature, and it's very clear.
Okay, so this is Chief Alex Wiggins. So he's a senior chief petty officer, and he was on the USS Jackson. He has over 23 years of service. And so this incident he's talking about is from February 15th, 2023, and that's in that same Whiskey 291 warning area off Southern California. That's where the original FLIR 1, the original Tic Tac, was witnessed, was in that, basically in that same area. And so let's check out the video that he didn't release it, but it came out at the same time. So this is the video here.
That ship took off earlier.
Okay, so that's the video.
This hearing of
Maybe
the
one
Task Force
last
on
thing,
Declassification of Federal Secrets will come to an order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Additionally, without any objection, the following members are waived onto the task force for the purpose of questioning witnesses at today's hearing: Representative Biggs of Arizona, Representative Begich of Alaska, Representative Ogles of Tennessee, Representative Titus of Nevada, and Representative Moskowitz of Florida. There are no objections. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning and welcome to the hearing regarding UAP disclosures. For too long, the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomena, commonly known as UAPs, has been shrouded in secrecy, stigma, and in some cases, outright dismissal. Today, I want to state clearly that this is not science fiction or creating speculation. This is about national security, government accountability, and the American people's right to the truth. I have spoken now to a number of whistleblowers from the military, to include the infamous Eglin Air Force Base incident that occurred when myself and former Representative Matt Gaetz, as well as Representative Burchett, followed up on a lead from multiple active duty Air Force pilot whistleblowers that alleged that the United States Air Force was covering up UAP activity at Eglin Air Force Base. We have heard from a number of whistleblowers, specifically military pilots, that the reason for not coming forward publicly is out of fear that speaking out would cost them their flight status and potentially their careers. This is unacceptable. We cannot protect our airspaces if our best trained observers are silenced. We cannot advance science if we refuse to ask questions. And we cannot maintain trust in government if we keep the American people in the dark. Now, Congress has tried to fix this problem. Congress tried to create formal channels through the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, also known as AARO, and the Intelligence Community Inspector General for service members and officials to make disclosures. But the reality, the reports come in are often to brush aside, slow-walked, or met with skepticism rather than serious investigation. Recently, the former AARO director, known as Sean Kilpatrick, attacked our witnesses and members on this committee. It should be noted that he's a documented liar and brings into question what his purpose at AARO really was if it was not to follow up on investigations and disclose his findings to members of Congress. A former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, Chris Mellon, described a report published by AARO that found no evidence that any USG investigation, academic-sponsored research, or official review panel has confirmed any sighting of UAP-represented extraterrestrial technology. As the most error-ridden and unsatisfactory government report I can recall reading during after decades of government service. Mellon further noted that this was a first error report submitted to Congress without the Director of National Intelligence's sign-off, and seemingly excluded input from any scholars or experts who have studied or written extensively about this topic, as would normally be in any other case in this field. Mellon determined that this report failed to fulfill the congressional mandate under which it was required, omitted entire agencies with known investigations or activities related to UAPs, and omitted any discussion of efforts to hide classified or unclassified information about UAP. Such efforts were unaddressed by the report, despite the existence of agency records and investigations concurring with them, including those at U.S. Customs and Border Protection. If we set up offices and oversight bodies only to let them become graveyards for testimony, or worse yet, ruses for pretending to investigate when in actuality there was no follow-up, then we are not doing our jobs. In recent months, Congress has also been presented with evidence that points to technologies that, to our knowledge, are beyond our current capabilities. It is our duty as elected representatives to follow the facts wherever they lead and to ensure that those facts are not buried under classification stamps or bureaucratic excuses. Let me be clear, whether UAPs represent adversarial technology, natural phenomena, or something beyond current human understanding, Congress has a responsibility to investigate. If these objects are foreign in origin, then they pose a direct threat to our national security. And if they represent something unknown, they demand rigorous scientific inquiry, not ridicule, not secrecy, and not silence. The stakes are very high. Adversarial nations are not waiting for us to catch up. They are studying these phenomena as well aggressively, as multiple nations have also announced their own parliamentary investigations into this very topic. If we are to continue to hide information from ourselves, we risk strategic surprise. If we continue to ignore our pilots and service members, as well as countless government whistleblowers, we risk losing their trust. And if we continue to shield the truth from the public, we risk eroding the very foundation of democratic accountability. This is why this hearing matters. This is not about fueling speculation. This is about demanding the basic transparency from the Department of Defense and the intelligence community and other military contractors. It is about asking the questions every American has the right to ask. What do we know? What don't we know? And why in a free society are we being told so little? A major barrier to this committee's inquiry into UAPs has been the lack of cooperation and transparency from the Department of Defense and the intelligence community. In preparation for previous UAP hearings, the committee repeatedly asked the Department of Defense to allow members to view videos and files related to UAP incidences. Unfortunately, the Department of Defense notified the committee staff that due to the department's special access program rules, only members of the House Armed Service Committee, as well as the Defense Subcommittee on House Appropriations, also known as HAC-D, were allowed to be read in onto such programs. For a non-committee member to be allowed to view these documents and videos, individual members must be approved by the chairman and ranking member of both HASC and HAC-D. Independent staff oversight has presented a consistent problem for Congress, as well as program budgets are classified. Additionally, oversight reporting to Congress is classified and only provided to the authorizing and appropriations committees of jurisdiction. The American people are not fragile. They do not need to be shielded like children from reality. What they cannot tolerate and what they will not forgive is a government that withholds the truth and punishes those who dare to speak up. I want to close with this. Future generations will look back at this moment and ask what we did when presented with the unknown. Did we look away, embarrassed or afraid, or did we pursue the truth with courage? I intend to be on the side of truth, transparency, and accountability, and I hope my colleagues on this task force will be able to do the same. To quote a few elected officials, Senator Schumer has stated, multiple credible sources allege a constitutional crisis over UFOs. Senator Rounds has stated that these are brilliant individuals and they are not making this stuff up. And our current Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has stated very high clearances and high positions within our government in regards to these whistleblowers. Senator McConnell also described these whistleblowers as sane and credible. And the witnesses today are not alone. In fact, they're far from it. In fact, 34 senior military, government, and intelligence officials have broken their silence. This includes now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Senator Rounds, Senator Gillibrand, General Jim Clapper, the former director of the government's UAP task force, the former head of aviation security for the White House National Security Council, the former Secretary of Defense, and many more. Again, to quote Secretary of State Rubio in an upcoming documentary known as The Age of Disclosure, even presidents have been operating on a need-to-know basis that begins to spin out of control. And to quote Senator Gillibrand, who also went public in this documentary, it's not acceptable to have secret parts of this government that no one ever sees. It's time for the fundamental truths of UAP to be revealed to our nation's leaders and the public. It's time for the U.S. government to exercise transparency. And with that, I yield to Ranking Member Crockett for the opening statement.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. At a time of increasing distrust in government, it is important for Congress to take action to restore the government's credibility. Bringing transparency to an issue of great public interest is a step toward doing just that. So I thank Chairwoman Luna for calling this bipartisan hearing to discuss unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP, which is today's term for what was commonly known as UFOs, unidentified flying objects. And while some people think of flying saucers when they hear these terms, it is vital that we focus on the real-world impact of UAPs on critical infrastructure, civilian safety, and national security. There is good reason to believe that most UAPs have origins far closer to home. Currently, NASA has not found any evidence that any UAPs have an extraterrestrial origin. Our adversaries are working to develop new capabilities to gain military advantages, and those efforts are likely explanation for the mysteries that we have observed. Nevertheless, the federal government has a responsibility to the American people to investigate and provide transparent disclosures about every incident. The federal government is equally obligated to protect those who report what they've seen, especially to commanding officers and supervisors. And Congress should do everything in its power to protect whistleblowers and conduct oversight of agencies that are failing to provide that protection. Democracy depends on transparency, and transparency often relies on the courage of individuals willing to risk their careers, reputations, and in some cases, their personal safety to tell the truth. So I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today. We should welcome their accounts and acknowledge the bravery they have shown to come before us. We must ensure that all whistleblowers feel that they can come to Congress to tell their stories without fear of retaliation or professional consequences. We need transparency not just to make better policy, but also to ensure that information flows between all those who need it. There are too many tragic examples in our history where information lapses and a lack of cross-agency coordination led to disaster. Just this year, failure to communicate between FAA and the Department of Defense led to tragedy over the Potomac. The Biden-Harris administration sought to eliminate some of these lapses when it established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office at the Department of Defense. AARO can convene sources from all branches of military, the FAA, and NASA to combine forces to create a comprehensive picture of what is happening in our skies. Some UAP reports have perfectly normal explanations: satellites, consumer drones, weather balloons, even pranks. But we need to track down each and every single UAP. The United States has millions of eyes in the sky, both electronic and human. But only the combination of civilian, commercial, and military sources can begin to create a complete picture. So we need to ensure that people can come forward and report what they have seen to the relevant authorities, and they have to have the right to do so without fear of retaliation. This country has a history of dedicated public servants standing up for what is right, even in the face of potential consequences. From the Pentagon Papers to Watergate to torture programs, whistleblowers have not only informed the public, but also empowered Congress to fulfill its constitutional duty of oversight. Past Congresses have written laws to grant legal protection for whistleblowers, and it is up to us to work responsibly with all sources to hold the executive branch accountable. We are here today to listen to the stories of those who have witnessed events of interest to the American people, and to support the policies that cultivate an environment that welcomes and protects whistleblowers. I hope this hearing will be an example of the respect and protection whistleblowers deserve and the importance of conducting oversight of the federal government. I yield back.
I am pleased to welcome the panel of witnesses for today's hearing. I'd first like to welcome Mr. Jeffrey Nusatelli. He's a United States Air Force veteran and a career federal employee with more than 20 years of experience in national security, law enforcement, and public administration. Next, we have Mr. Alexandra Wiggins. Mr. Wiggins is currently serving as a Senior Chief Operations Specialist in the United States Navy. Mr. Wiggins is testifying in his personal capacity today and not on behalf of the United States Navy. Next, I would like to recognize the gentlewoman from Nevada, Representative Titus.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, ranking members, for allowing me to sit with you on this panel today. I'm honored to be able to introduce a witness here who is from my district, George Knapp, who has been the definitive expert and reporter on this topic that you're exploring today, UAPs or UFOs. George is a longtime friend, I would say that up front, but a very respected journalist and a recognized expert in this field nationally and internationally. Just a little something about George. He came to Las Vegas in 1979 and joined KLS television station as a general assignment reporter in 1981. Since 1995, he's been the chief investigative reporter for that channel. He also hosts a national radio show you can listen to on Coast to Coast AM, which covers many of the paranormal topics that y'all are discussing. Over the years, George has been, as I said, recognized for his work. He's been honored with the Peabody Award, the DuPont Award, the Edward Murrow Award, and 27 different regional Emmys for his investigative reporting. Indeed, he has told Nevada's story with clarity, with objectivity, and with integrity. So I know that his testimony today is going to be of great interest and value to this committee. So thank you very much.
Next, we have Mr. Dylan Borland. Mr. Borland is a United States Air Force veteran and has a long career in federal service. And finally, I'd like to introduce Mr. Joe Spielberger, a senior policy counsel at the Project of Government Oversight. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and the nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered an affirmative. Thank you. You may take your seat. We appreciate you being here today, and I look forward to hearing your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements, and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes, but I understand you have a lot to get through, so if it goes a little over, don't worry about it. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow, and when the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we will ask you to please wrap it up. I now recognize Mr. Nusatelli for his opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member Crockett, and members of the task force for giving us the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeffrey Nusatelli. I'm a former military police officer with 16 years of active duty service in the U.S. Air Force. I'm here today because the American people have both the right and the responsibility to know the truth about unidentified aerial phenomenon. That truth remains hidden, classified and silenced by fear, retaliation, stigma, and confusion. Today, we are here to help break that silence. Between 2003 and 2005, 5 UAP incidents occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base, home to the National Missile Defense Project, a top national security priority. At the time, we were conducting launches deemed by the National Reconnaissance Office as the most important in 25 years. These were historic launches. These facilities were vital, and they were repeatedly visited by UAP. Each incident was witnessed by multiple personnel, documented, investigated, and reported up the chain of command. We sent information up, but we got no guidance down on how to handle these events. I personally witnessed one of these events and investigated others as they occurred. 6 other service members have provided me with the information that I will share with you today. The incursions began on October 14, 2003, when Boeing contractors reported a massive glowing red square silently hovering over 2 missile defense sites. After several minutes, it drifted further east onto the base and vanished over the hills. This event, now known as the Vandenberg Red Square, was referenced by Representative Luna at the first hearing on this topic. Official Air Force records of this event are in possession by AARO and the FBI. Later that night, while I was on duty, security guards at a critical launch site reported a bright, fast-moving object over the ocean. I responded to the incident. Chaos ensued over the radio as the object approached rapidly. I heard my friends screaming, "It's coming right at us, it's coming right for us, and now it's right here." Moments later, I heard them say that it had shot off and was gone. When I arrived on scene, I talked to 5 shaken witnesses who described a massive triangular craft larger than a football field that hovered silently for about 45 seconds over their entry control point before shooting away at impossible speed. About a week later, another patrol reported a light over the ocean behaving erratically. Believing it might be an unannounced aircraft, they declared an emergency, and an armed response force responded. Before the forces could arrive, the object descended and either landed or hovered on our flight line and then took off again at impossible speed. The witnesses to this event were threatened and intimidated afterward. They were told to keep quiet and think about what they were reporting. After that, things did get quiet until about 2005, when another patrol reported a massive triangular craft larger than a C-130 silently floating over the installation. He watched it for a few minutes. It traveled west and disappeared into the night. And then I had my own encounter, again in 2005. I was off duty, sitting in my backyard with 2 other police officers when we noticed what first appeared to be a satellite in orbit, but it wasn't acting like a satellite. The light was strange, it was pulsing, and then it started to maneuver. It dropped in elevation. At times it would vanish from view and reappear in a different location in the sky, and eventually it reappeared 200 feet over my house. It was a 30-foot diameter sphere of light. My friends and I watched it for a moment, and then it gently accelerated and traveled up and disappeared into the stars. These events profoundly changed my life and the lives of my friends. We stand at a pivotal moment in history. The question is no longer whether these events are real, but whether we have the courage to face them. True leadership requires vision, a willingness to confront the unknown with transparency and resolve. So I ask the Congress to help we, the people, enact this vision. There are 3 goals. Fund independent research and treat UAP study with the same seriousness as we would any other scientific field. 2, end secrecy and overclassification. Transparency is the foundation of truth. Without it, witnesses like us are dismissed. 3, protect the witnesses. Many stay silent out of fear for their careers, reputations, and the safety of their families. Protect them, and you will embolden others to join this cause. These phenomena challenge our deepest assumptions about reality, consciousness, and our place in the universe. Exploring them can unlock transformative breakthroughs in technology, biology, and human understanding. Let this be the moment when America chooses courage over fear, transparency over secrecy, and progress over stagnation. Let's show the world that our nation leads not only through strength, but through fearless pursuit of the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nusatelli. He's not on here. I now recognize Chief Wiggins for his opening statement. Please press your button. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member Crockett, and members of the task force and the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alexandro Wiggins. I'm an active duty U.S. Navy Operations Specialist, Senior Chief Petty Officer, father of 3, and dedicated American testifying today in my personal capacity. The views I share are my own, and I do not represent the official positions of the Department of the Navy or any subordinate organization. On the evening of February 15th, 2023, at approximately 19:15 PST, in the Whiskey 291 warning area off the coast of Southern California, I was serving on board USS Jackson. During that period, I moved between the Interior Communications Center, ICC-1, and the bridge wing, correlating the sensor picture with visual observations, part of my routine responsibilities for surface and air picture management. What I observed and what our crew recorded was not consistent with conventional aircraft or drones as they appear on our system. A self-luminous tic-tac shaped object emerged from the ocean before linking up with 3 other similar objects. The 4 then disappeared simultaneously with a high synchronized, near instantaneous acceleration. I observed no sonic boom and no conventional propulsion signatures, no exhaust plume, no control surface articulation on the Sapphire image system. Shortly after the synchronized departure, radar tracks dropped. These observations were multi-sensor and recorded inside of ICC-1 with time location overlay visible in our source frames that have been made public by journalists. From my experience operating in this region over many years and consistent with our public characterized encounters, unidentified objects reoccur in United States operation areas off Southern California. That fact alone does not tell us what they are, but it does argue the systematic stigma-free reporting, and for the preservation of sensor data so analysts can evaluate safe and intelligence implications with rigor. I want to underscore 3 points for the task force and the committee. Aviation and maritime safety. When crews and watchstanders observe objects that maneuver or accelerate in ways that does not match known profiles and do so near our ships and aircraft, that is first and foremost a safety issue. Standardized checklists and training should ensure we capture the best possible sensor data in real time, including IR settings, slant range estimates, and bearing and range altitude snapshots, and immediate chain of custody for any recordings. Reporting without stigma, protection without retribution. Sailors need to know that reporting UAP encounters will not harm their careers. Congress can help by reinforcing witness protection and by directing the relevant office to maintain confidential, destigmatized channels for service members who step forward with data. Declassification and transparency where possible. The task force declassification mission is directly relevant here. Where operational security permits releasing metadata preserved sensor excerpts or at least technical summaries would improve public trust and accelerate outside scientific scrutiny. That includes, when feasible, the time geo-reference IR frames and radar parameters needed for independent analysis. To be clear, I am not here to make claims beyond my lane. I am here to provide a first-hand account of what I saw, what our systems recorded, and why it matters for safety, for intelligence, and public confidence. My request to you is practical. Help us capture, protect, fairly evaluate the evidence, and provide a safe pathway for those in uniform to report it. In closing, I want to thank the committee and the task force for holding this hearing and for placing this discussion in a forum where evidence can be examined carefully and openly. I appreciate your attention and stand ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I now recognize Mr. Knapp for his opening statement.
Good morning, Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member, Ms. Crockett, and members of the task force. And Dina Titus, I just knew we were going to get you involved in this topic at one point. Great to see you here. I'm George Knapp, Chief Investigative Reporter at KLAS TV in Las Vegas. I began my pursuit of this weird mystery way back in 1987, and for 38 years, I've always approached this as a news story. It's not a matter of faith or belief. To me, it's a story, and it's an important one. I'm proud to be here alongside these witnesses today, men who have seen strange things and stepped forward to tell the world about it. Whistleblowers and witnesses who step up are routinely insulted, belittled, or worse. They risk their reputations, their careers, their clearances, their livelihoods, and sometimes much more than that, even their freedom. I know that one of the goals of the task force here is to figure out ways to protect whistleblowers and witnesses, and it's a tall order because so many of the things that happen to witnesses like these are extra-legal. They're carried out by persons unknown, as Mr. Dave Grush, sitting up at the top of the room, knows all too well, including events in recent days that have happened to him. I want to share a couple of things that I've learned along the way on this long journey, and I submitted most of that in written form because I estimate that my statement here today would take about 4.5 hours, so I'm going to try to jump over and touch on the more important salient points. I submitted a detailed written statement for the record, and we'll go into a lot of that here, but the public has been told over and over since the late 40s, there's nothing to worry about here. These mysterious craft seen by millions of people in the skies, in the oceans, over the land are not real. They're not a threat. The witnesses are wrong. They're crackpots. Don't believe it. That changed for me. What got me hooked is the paper trail. Documents that were squeezed out of the U.S. government after the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, became the law of the land. And those documents paint a much different picture than what the public, the press, and Congress have been told over many years. The documents from military and intelligence personnel behind closed doors admit that, quote, these things are real. They're not fictitious. They can fly in formation, they're evasive, and they outperform any aircraft known to exist, including ours. The public, of course, as I said, has been told something much different. Back in 1989, I reported about a guy named Bob Lazar, who claimed that he worked at a facility dubbed S4 out in the Nevada desert, very near to Area 51. He said he was part of a reverse engineering program. He said there are alien craft that will be taken apart to figure out how they operated out there, and that was a pretty tall order. I had clearly taken a dive into the deep end of the pool there. But in the years since then, I've interviewed dozens of other people, and I've detailed what their testimony has been in the written statement. They include Senator Harry Reid, Senator Howard Cannon, also of Nevada, a guy named Al O'Donnell, who was the first general manager of EG&G in Nevada, which managed the Nevada test site, which blew up hundreds of nuclear weapons. There's a guy named Dr. James Lakatsky, who was a career scientist with the Defense Intelligence Agency, who was the guy who initiated a program called AAWSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program, which is, as far as we know, the largest acknowledged UFO program ever funded by the U.S. government, which put together an amazing pile of information that members of this committee and the world, most of which have never seen. The DIA still hasn't released 95% of what was prepared by that program at a cost of millions and millions of dollars. The one name I do want to bring up in this session, though, is Robert Bigelow. So looking into the idea of crash retrievals and reverse engineering, while AAWSAP, that program, was active, the DIA's contractor, Robert Bigelow of Las Vegas, made a bold attempt to acquire physical proof of UFO crashes. It's been widely reported and suspected that Lockheed Martin is one of the contractors, the defense contractors, that has held this stuff, stored it away in secrecy, and tried to figure out how it works. I have confirmed on the record that Robert Bigelow and a trusted colleague from AAWSAP met with and negotiated with senior executives at Lockheed Martin and hammered out a deal wherein Bigelow's company, Bass, would receive a quantity of unusual material that had been stashed away and protected at a facility in California. That material was not made here. I want to move on now to the Russia files, because that was going to be sort of the central impetus of what I was going to talk to you about today. Back in the early 90s, I got into Russia, met with a number of their defense officials, Ministry of Defense and others, who confirmed for me that Russia had been doing the same thing that the United States had been doing, that is, secretly studying UFOs while publicly saying something completely different. The documents and interviews that I obtained and have now shared with this task force show that the USSR launched what is almost certainly the largest UFO UAP investigation in the world. The first phase of that was an order was sent out to the entire USSR military empire that every unit, you see anything strange in the sky, a craft, an orb, something unusual, you had to gather all the evidence, collect testimony from the witnesses, look for physical evidence, and all of that information went into one program at the Ministry of Defense. Thousands and thousands of these reports came in. A lot of them were first routed to the KGB, but then back to another program that came after this collection effort called Thread 3. And Thread 3 was an analysis program. We have provided to the committee the documents of what they were trying to do, and essentially they were trying to build their own UFOs. They were using the information from their observations and studies to try to figure out the technology. The guy who was in charge of that program, Colonel Boris Sokolov, told me that their goal was to basically develop technology that would be superior to anything we had, based on what they learned from UFOs.
Mr. Knapp, just in the name of time,
Sure.
to my understanding, did you have anything you wanted to submit for Congress to see in this committee?
I have submitted those documents.
Would you like to play any videos? Do you have a video that you would like to play?
I don't think it's for me to play.
No, that was for Alexander.
Yeah, Alexander's video.
Okay.
You could play it, he could narrate it.
Okay, we can, in the name of showing that video to everyone on the task force, we'd like to play that video at this time.
Sure.
You call it the VVSS team.
Yeah, like 22,000 feet.
That shit took off earlier.
If we can get rid of the audio real quick. Mr. Wiggins and Mr. Knapp, we'll get back to what that video was in a moment, but we just want to make sure that it was entered into the record, as well as all the documents. Those will be able to be publicly found for everyone in the country to view. If we could, Mr. Knapp, we'll continue on the line of questioning, but I'm going to move on to Mr. Borland's opening statements.
Good morning, members of the task force and the committee. I would like to express my gratitude for being invited to testify to the current task force created under the People's Chamber and the American public. As an American citizen, veteran, and intelligence community professional, it is an honor and a privilege to serve under oath before you on behalf of our country. I speak for myself and no former agency or company I have been previously affiliated with. My name is Dylan Borland, a former 1N1 geospatial intelligence specialist for the United States Air Force in an active duty enlisted capacity from 2010 to 2013. I've also been employed with BAE Systems and Intrepid Solutions as a senior analyst, expert in analyzing video, radar, and advanced electro-optical imagery for official identification of aerial order of battle as well as naval and ground order of battle. I'm a federal whistleblower, having testified to both the ICIG and AARO with direct firsthand knowledge of and experience with craft and technologies that are not ours and are reportedly operating without congressional oversight. Because of my direct knowledge of the reality of certain legacy UAP programs, my professional career was deliberately obstructed, and I have endured sustained reprisals from government agencies for over a decade. From 2011 to 2013, I was stationed at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, conducting 24-hour operations via manned and unmanned aerial vehicles for Special Operations Forces in the global war on terror. During the summer of 2012, my team was on standby for weather, and I returned to my barracks on base, and at approximately 01:30, I saw an approximately 100-foot equilateral triangle take off from near the NASA hangar on the base. The craft interfered with my telephone, did not have any sound, and the material it was made of appeared fluid or dynamic. I was under this triangular craft for a few minutes, and then it rapidly ascended to commercial jet level in seconds, displaying zero kinetic disturbance, sound, or wind displacement. Some years after that experience, I was further exposed to classified information from the UAP legacy crash retrieval program through a sensitive position I held within a special access program. During this time, intelligence officers approached me in fear for their own careers, citing misconduct within these programs and similar retaliation that I was already enduring at this time. These issues include medical malpractice committed by Veterans Affairs staff, denial of work I performed while enlisted in the United States Air Force, forged and manipulated employment documents, workplace harassment, including colleagues being directed to not speak with me, manipulation of my security clearance by certain agencies, blocking, delaying, and ultimately removing my ability to be employed within the IC. The retaliation I face and the retaliation against individuals I know who worked in these programs is what convinced me in March 2023 to become a whistleblower. I came forward out of concern for people's lives and to ensure I did everything I could to let our elected representatives know the truth about what is really happening in the executive branch. At the end of March 2023, I agreed to meet with AARO following the suggestion of other federal officials believing it was what our nation required of me. I had reservations with AARO due to assessments they were reporting publicly at the time as a misrepresentation of the truth. Because of these concerns, I did not share sources and methods information in order to protect current and former federal personnel who had firsthand exposure to technologies of unknown origin. I did not want anyone to face further retaliation beyond what they had already endured. And unfortunately, a staff member ended up getting in some trouble because of that. After David Grush testified under oath in the summer of 2023 and provided historic disclosure, I was then asked to go to the ICIG and did so in August 2023. It was very clear early on during my intake interview, which was video recorded under oath, that the objective was to solely assess how much I know and not move forward with an investigation with new information I provided them. The aftermath of that IG complaint still troubles me to this day. Since my ICIG complaint, I've been prevented from resuming prior employment and can confirm I'm still blacklisted from certain agencies within the intelligence community. In addition, multiple agencies attempted phishing attacks to assess what I had divulged to the Inspector General, including being asked to disclose details of my ICIG complaint during a CI polygraph for a position unrelated to UFO UAP matters as recently as November 2024. As I sit before you today, I and many other whistleblowers have no job prospects, no foreseeable professional future, in a nation every single one of us came forward to defend. Numerous individuals have come forward in various ways to reveal the truth of the UAP reality as patriots and defenders of our nation. Yet many feel discarded, isolated, hopeless, separated from the country they serve. Efforts to rectify this situation for all whistleblowers have been difficult and troubling. And to my fellow whistleblowers and officials who know this information, I offer you my apology, something that I have never gotten, and I'm giving it to you. I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States, an oath that demands truth and transparency for our democratic republic to function. Each day, these truths remain hidden from our citizens. Humanity drifts further from the principles our nation was founded to uphold. Each day, victims of crimes committed by agencies and companies maintaining this secrecy are denied justice as another day our Constitution is shredded. In 2023, Patriots provided this committee and the executive branch with undeniable proof of the UAP reality, and I commend your continued commitment. The future of humanity is one which we either travel to the stars or regress to the Stone Age with this technology. My career has been to deliver critical information to decision makers. Your role as elected by your representatives is to act on it. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Mr. Borland, thank you for your service to our country, and we appreciate you. And we are sorry about how you've been treated, and we will make sure that we try to rectify that situation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Spielberger, please, your opening remarks.
Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member Crockett, and Task Force members, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today about the importance of strengthening whistleblower protections, especially in the context of national security. I'm a senior policy counsel at the Project on Government Oversight, a nonpartisan independent watchdog organization that investigates and exposes waste, corruption, abuse of power, and when the government fails to serve the public or silences those who report wrongdoing. Whistleblowers are the first line of defense to root out waste, fraud, abuse of power, and corruption in our government. Congress relies on whistleblowers so that it can fully exercise its oversight and legislative authorities. It's understandable that former presidents of both parties have often taken a hostile approach toward whistleblowers. Their disclosures can embarrass the president and their political party or even lead to a national scandal. But whistleblowers continue to play a vital role during both Democratic and Republican administrations. They help Congress and the public identify and understand what government corruption looks like. Their disclosures fuel investigations and allow us to address wrongdoing and hold those responsible to account. That's why historically there's been a strong bipartisan consensus in Congress to support and protect whistleblowers. Doing so protects the country and ensures our government is more responsive and accountable to the people. National security whistleblowing in particular is a tradition going back to the founding of our country, and over time, national security whistleblowers and their disclosures have impacted some of the most fundamental issues and questions about how we wish to be governed and how our government can better serve its people. From the role the U.S. plays around the world to holding powerful actors accountable, government ethics and transparency, human rights and civil liberties, executive branch authority, First Amendment freedoms of speech and dissent, freedom of the press, and the public's interest and right to know. Despite this invaluable public service, blowing the whistle comes at great personal risk. Whistleblowers risk losing their jobs, careers, livelihoods, and reputations. They can face retaliatory investigations, lawsuits, and even serious criminal charges. And they can endure deep mental, emotional, and psychological harm. All of that risk to speak the truth, to ensure that agencies fulfill their core missions and that they serve the best interests of the people. Those who retaliate against whistleblowers don't just violate their legal rights, they inflict real harm on our government and betray the public's trust. Targeting whistleblowers instead of the corruption they expose wastes agency resources and further allows that corruption to continue unaddressed. It can instill a chilling effect across an agency, fostering a climate of fear and distrust, quieting dissent and free speech, and deterring potential whistleblowers from coming forward in the future. Whistleblowers are often some of the most dedicated and principled public servants we have because of their willingness to put themselves on the line to do what's right. And Congress has historically supported them, again, on a bipartisan basis, but unfortunately, whistleblowing has increasingly become more politicized, with support for whistleblowers often hinging on which party is in power and which party is politically inconvenienced by the misconduct being exposed. But to be clear, targeting whistleblowers individually risks undermining whistleblowing, period. POGO advises members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to focus on the evidence, not the individual. We will always need whistleblowers to achieve the government that best serves its people, because when people of conscience, integrity, and good character refuse to speak up out of fear, complacency, or self-preservation, and leave corruption to fester behind closed doors, that is probably the most dangerous risk of all. If we are serious about increasing government transparency and restoring the public's trust, we need public servants committed to the truth. Whistleblowers need safe and effective channels to make lawful disclosures. They need stronger protections against retaliation, and when they do face retaliation, they need a fair shot to be made whole. Congress has made strides to pass whistleblower legislation, and these laws need to be updated and expanded so that whistleblowers truly receive the protections they need, retaliators are held accountable, and we can achieve the type of government the people deserve. We strongly urge Congress to continue its historic tradition of championing the rights and protections of all whistleblowers. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify here this morning. POGO is committed to working with you and the Oversight Committee to address these critical issues. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, sir, very much. Additionally, without objection, the following members are waived onto the task force for the purpose of questioning witnesses at today's hearing: Representative Perry of Pennsylvania and Representative Grothman of Wisconsin. Sorry, no, Representative Biggs from Arizona. I already got you, but yeah, we're good. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Also, as my friend Mr. Moskowitz might have to go, would you like to go now? Okay, all right. Mr. Borland, in your testimony, you described witnessing large triangular craft while stationed at Langley Air Force Base in 2012. Can you explain what you observed in terms of size, behavior, and why you're confident it was not conventional technology?
Great question, ma'am. So on the base, I lived in the barracks. There was a little smoke pit outside. I was there on the telephone and looking across to the flight line, and I see a white light pop up and stop about 100 feet in the air. I thought it was a weather balloon. I've seen tests from there before, weeknight, normal thing, not surprising. I actually finished my cigarette and I began walking up towards the flight line. There is a track, and because I was on 3 months of night work, I would walk the track at night when we were weather down. And as I began walking towards the light, towards the flight line and the track, the light then flies across the base, across the flight line, and as it flies to me, a triangle manifests around the light. I can't tell you if it's active camouflage. I can't tell you if it appeared around the light, but I can tell you that it was a white light and then it was a triangle. It stopped about 100 feet in front of me and approximately 100 feet above me. My telephone got extremely hot, completely froze, dead. I remember how thick it was. It was between 1 to 2 stories thick, equilateral triangle. I could never see the top of it, and the edges were 90 degrees. There were 4 lights in total, 1 light on each corner and a larger light in the center, 2 to 3 times the size of the corner lights. But what was really odd was the outside the best way to describe it is like looking at a James Webb telescope picture where you have the colors and then the black background. So the craft itself was this black metallic flake paint, but on top of the craft was this gold, lava, plasma, some type of fluid going over and around the craft. I'm under this for about 2 to 3 minutes, and then the center light flashes 2 to 3 times, no sound, immediately shoots up to commercial jet level minimum, in my opinion, and I immediately feel static electricity all over my body, and then I smell the smell of after a thunderstorm or lightning storm, that really strong summer thunderstorm smell. Gets up to flight level, I'm trying to get my phone reset, and I can only see the center light at this point. If I didn't actually see it take off, I would have thought it was a star. And then it hovers up there, and it begins to slowly move due east out over the Atlantic Ocean. I finally got my phone reset. The entire thing was about, from the time I saw the light pop up near the hangar until it took off out over the ocean, was about 15 minutes.
And following up to that question, after you disclose this information to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you're subject to phishing attempts and job blacklisting. How widespread do you think this is across the intelligence community for those who raise concerns regarding UAP programs?
It's a difficult question to answer. I think prior to David Grush and people beginning this process of bringing people into awareness of the reality of these programs and certain things people have witnessed, probably extremely widespread. I think today there's still an issue, but because people are able to come before you and people are speaking out, I think it has been somewhat less. I would hope, though, that people would, because if this goes back into closed doors, this is going to get really ugly.
What type of behavior have you witnessed from former AARO Director Sean Kilpatrick as well as his staff in relate to this information you provided to them? Did they ever try to classify this information as non-human technology?
Good question. The problem with this is that I know what I experienced firsthand, and I know other things. I think the staff at AARO that I met with in March of 2023, I think they were good people doing the job they were told to do. I did not meet with Kirkpatrick. He was either not present or did not want to meet me that day. However, they did classify information about the reality of this subject, and it was very concerning because in my AARO MFR, they had actually referenced a former staff member that was the one who told me to go there, and they probably shouldn't have done that.
And real quick before my time is up, and we might go to second round of questioning just so you're all aware, how important, given everything that you've seen and experienced, is the UAP Disclosure Act of 2025 in restoring both public accountability and trust?
I think very important. I would hope, though, that the 7-year window could be shrunk, my opinion, but very important. The truth needs to be known.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Jared Moskowitz of Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for allowing me to wave on to the committee. I remember, the last committee when we had a bunch of former military personnel folks that either served on bases, were pilots, or were in different programs experiencing knowledge. It made me recognize that the narrative has changed, right? It's politically convenient for the government if you all weren't military folks in suits. It would be much better if you pulled up in Winnebagos and were wearing hats. And so the picture of this, because that's important for the American people on how you tell a story, what the message looks like, and who the messenger is. So this is now the second or third committee where we have former military folks with impeccable records, with information and knowledge. And it's definitely clear on a bipartisan basis that we have to protect our whistleblowers. There's no doubt. And in a day in which it's really hard to tell what's true or not from a political standpoint. And so I don't really know what is true. I don't know on this subject. But I do know when we're being lied to. And we are definitely being lied to. There's just no doubt about that. Mr. Wiggins, I want to talk to you. I find your background and testimony compelling. When you first saw what you were looking at, what were your first thoughts?
My first thoughts were, I think everything that I was told and taught as a kid and as growing adult no longer, was applicable. If I'm able to see something that I thought defies gravity in such a way, then what else could be possible? That was my first thought.
So did you think what you were looking at was a weapons program that you were unaware of, or did you think what you were looking at was obviously some extraterrestrial piece of technology?
Neither one of those crossed my mind. It was just.
How about now? What do you think it is now?
I'm not the expert. I think it. I want to be as skeptical as everyone else and just hope to know the information.
Anyone in the U.S. government tell you what you were looking at to try to dissuade you from what you thought it was?
No.
So no one was like, oh, there was some anomaly with the technology. No one from the government did that?
No one.
How do you think you were treated when you reported this information or have talked about, the Tic Tac video is well out there. It's well reported. How were you treated?
I've had no pushback at all. I haven't had anyone reach out to me or try to, dissuade me in either direction, militarily speaking. So I was treated fair, and I appreciate the Navy itself with assisting me with coming here to being able to testify.
That's good. So what do you think the American people should take away from watching your video, right? Because when we watch it, obviously, right, we've never seen anything like that. It defies what we know to be technologically possible. What are we supposed to think? Someone's lying about something. Someone's hiding something, right? That's not normal what you looked at.
I think what the American people should think when seeing that video, along with others before me, is that there is something out there, and we should know as the people what it is.
Right, and so let's eliminate possibilities. So they didn't come to you and say there was a technological error with what you were looking at. So we put that aside, right? They didn't say it was broken. So we look at that and we see something. So it's either a weapons program being reverse engineered by our governments or other governments, or it's nobody's government, and it's not from here. Those are it. You agree with that assessment?
I agree. One or the other.
Mr. Borland, when you first experienced what you were looking at, what did you do next? Like, what was your next step after it had passed and you were done?
I actually kind of laughed to myself and said, okay, so this exists as well. Worked in enough programs, been exposed to enough that I was like, okay, so this is a real thing. I went back, walked the track, talked with a couple of my friends about it. I did talk with some of my coworkers, one in particular, which I thought was a joke, and it definitely wasn't, was like, you probably should never say this to anybody. And then what happened to me happened, so.
What about you, Mr., how do you pronounce your last name?
Nusatelli.
Nusatelli. And sorry, I know I'm running out of time, Madam Chairwoman. So obviously your incident happened well before we could record things on cell phones and things of that nature, right? What did you do when you first experienced? Because what you saw, right, you saw it happen like right out of your base.
Correct.
So tell me what you did after you saw that. What was like your next move? And I want to hear what your experience was.
My next move, I went into my house after it left. I made sure no one had been abducted, and I picked up the landline. I called the Security Forces Command Center. I reported it. I requested that they give me a call back and make notifications up the chain of command. I got a call back in about 15 minutes. They reported that the weather station reported no balloons or aircraft, nothing on radar, no aircraft inbound or outbound. So I got that notification. And then within the following day or two, me and the other witnesses wrote statements. We prepared a report, and then we filed all that information.
Madam Chairman, thank you for your indulgence in my questioning, and thank you for continuing to lead on this subject. What do you and your friends think about it today? You all have talked about it. Yeah. I mean, so what do you think about your experience as a collective group? That'll be my last question, Madam Chairwoman.
I mean, we've been talking about this for 20 years. We don't know what we saw. What we saw changed our lives and the way we think about everything. It was incredibly profound. The object I saw, I don't even know if it was an object. It was a light. It was an orb. It didn't look like a craft, but it did look solid. And that's what we talk about. We noticed the object, and this was a pattern across all the encounters. Someone would see a light. They would pay attention to the light. And then the object responds. It performs for you. And then they come down and they investigate you. So it's almost like they're curious. So that's the thing we primarily talk about. Why did it come after we noticed it? Maybe it noticed us after we noticed it. You're welcome.
I now recognize Representative Mace for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Borland, I'd like to start with you and ask a few questions. Were there any other witnesses when you saw the equilateral triangle? Were there other witnesses that saw the same thing?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am. At that point, the only people that would be awake is those of us that were doing operations for the GWAT and then security forces, so not to my knowledge.
And do you think that, in your opinion, that the equilateral triangle was the U.S. government's technology?
I did once upon a time, but knowing what I know now, I'll have to answer that question in a skiff probably.
Well, my next question is, you teased us, so knowing what you know now means what?
I know enough to know that if you want an answer to that question, go to AARO. They have the answer.
Do you think it was a foreign government?
I do not, no.
And AARO is supposed to be disclosing. The last time I was in a skiff with AARO, they said they were going to be doing disclosures. Had they been doing much of that?
I don't have an answer to you you. I don't know. I know what AARO reports publicly, and I know what I've been through.
Yeah. And some of this stuff can be, I think, debunked, right? There are weather balloons that look kind of a little funky, or drones or whatever, depending on the angle, direction, speed, et cetera. Are you scared for your safety?
That's a complicated question. So being here today, if I say the wrong word, technically I can be charged with espionage. Espionage is a death penalty. Whistleblowers have faced it. John Kiriakou, for example. I am not scared for my physical safety in the sense of an agency or company coming to kill me, but I have no job. My career has been tarnished. I'm unemployed, living off of unemployment for the next 3-4 weeks until that's gone. So it's a complicated question.
Have there been stories leaked about your life to try to discredit you in the public eye?
As of now, I don't know.
We know they did that to Mr. Grush.
I am aware. Yes, ma'am.
They leaked his private medical information, horrific things.
It is.
Okay, you said in your testimony earlier with the chairwoman, you know other things. I guess that has to be mentioned in a skiff.
It would.
The other things.
It would, pending I'm even legally allowed to speak on, and the people in the room are even legally allowed to hear it.
And is that, would we need to know the compartmentalized word, like what the code word is, or the name of the program, the special access program, in order to even hear it? You have to know the word, right?
I would suggest
the name of it, right?
I would suggest that to be asked to DNI Gabbard and work with her for that, because I can't give you the answer on what is the requirement.
But this is what the U.S. government does, right? They compartmentalize the information. Only certain people know the name of the program, and if you don't know it, you can't get the information. If you don't have the name, you don't know what to ask for. Even when we're reviewing the budget, we go into a skiff, we look at DoD budget and the budget of black box programs, and we don't know what we're looking at because we don't know what these programs are. Is it a way for the government to hide from Congress what's really going on and where the money's going?
In my opinion, absolutely, yes.
You mentioned, too, in your testimony earlier that, quote, you went to speak with the government and they said somebody's name, a colleague's name, and you said they shouldn't have mentioned that staff person's name. What does that mean?
A Senate staffer who is the one who helped me get to AARO recommended me I go there, gave me the email and the phone number because I could not find that information at all at the time. In fact, I believe you guys have talked about how AARO didn't even have a website for quite a period of time.
We were told they were going to do disclosures, both what they've debunked, because some of it can be debunked, and then what they haven't been able to debunk. And to my knowledge, it hasn't been a thing. I only have 1 minute left, so Mr. Knapp, we are definitely going to watch every documentary. You guys have you and Jeremy have done a terrific job. I usually have more questions than I have answers. I think we all do, and you guys are doing a terrific job to bring information to the public. Do you think that any of this is a psyop by the U.S. government?
Entirely possible. I mean, our government and other governments have admitted that they've tried to use UFOs to cover secret projects. But I think they also do some reverse engineering of those claims. So years after people start seeing UFOs over Area 51, for example, they come up with the story, oh yeah, that was, we planted that story. So I read in a major newspaper just a couple of weeks ago, they planted this story. An Air Force colonel went out into the desert, went to a bar at Rachel, and gave them some fake UFO photos. And that's how the whole story about Area 51 started, which is preposterous.
Yeah, and I didn't even get to the crash retrieval program stuff yet, Ms. Chairwoman. There's just so much. Okay, thank you so much for your time today. I wish we had more time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I now recognize Ms. Crockett for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to each of the witnesses that have come before us today. The federal government has had a long-standing overclassification issue in general. We all know that, from the assassinations of MLK and Malcolm X to the COINTELPRO and torture programs to now UAPs. The federal government has kept the American public in the dark about issues of immense public interest. The federal government has routinely made excuses for failing to provide transparency to the public, the most common of which is national security concerns. Mr. Spielberger, can you provide an example of when national security was inappropriately used as a pretext for classification?
Congresswoman, probably one of the most infamous examples of that is the 9/11 Commission that found that overclassification was a key factor in the failure to adequately prevent the attacks of that day.
In addition to that, what lessons from these oversight failures should guide Congress in approaching UAP oversight?
Generally speaking, we would advise this Congress to ensure that agencies adopt a general policy in favor of disclosure instead of a knee-jerk needing to overclassify information in documents. We should ensure that when information is classified or deemed sensitive, it's only for legitimate national security and privacy concerns. And we would recommend adding additional factors to the considerations of cost, value, and certainly to the extent that it's critical for the public interest and the public's right to know, especially when we are talking about these very serious national security concerns and implications.
Can you speak to how whistleblowers have historically helped Congress uncover the truth in other areas and how that might apply here?
Absolutely. So again, Congress has always relied on whistleblowers coming forward and making disclosures in a number of different issues across different agencies, anything from national security to airline safety, railway safety, environmental concerns, workplace health and safety, a lot of issues coming out of the COVID pandemic, for example. Whistleblowers have come forward with important disclosures on just about any critical issue affecting our government and affecting the American people, all of which have grave implications for the rights and protections that we have and how we live our lives in communities across the country.
How important is it for whistleblowers to have strong protections when it comes to UAP-related disclosures or disclosures of other topics of excessive government secrecy?
It's absolutely vital. This has been one of the disappointing failures of doing this work, of advocating for stronger whistleblower protections. We recognize the invaluable public service that brave whistleblowers play in coming forward, again, taking all of these risks that we've heard about just to speak the truth, to get important information out in the public consciousness, but they can only do so when we have safe and secure channels for reporting, when there is trust in the independence of agency watchdogs like inspectors general, like the Office of Special Counsel, like the Merit Systems Protection Board that play critical roles in investigating whistleblower disclosures and enforcing the protections of whistleblowers. All of that is essential to allow whistleblowers to keep coming forward and playing these incredibly important public roles.
Thank you so much. Let me just say this. People look at Congress, especially now, and they see a lack of unity. They don't see the ability for us to come together really on much of anything. I will say that I do applaud the chairwoman and the work of this committee because for once I feel like we are focusing on governing, which should be about transparency. The reality is that we cause more harm than good when we allow a lack of transparency to fester. It allows for all types of conspiracy theories instead of us actually making the investments that we need to make to get the information and actually provide it to the American people. The reason that I wanted to focus on making sure that we answer some questions specifically around the protections of those that are willing to come forward is because the only way that we can make this government actually work for all of us is if no matter where you are in this federal government, you feel as if you are safe when you come forward with information of any issue. And so I do want to thank you for all of your stories. The reality is that we only get 5 minutes, and the vast majority of everything that you have to say cannot be contextualized within 5 minutes. But I know that my colleagues are going to get to kind of pulling some more of that out. But again, I really just want to thank you for your courage in this moment, and thank you for your service to our country.
I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and thank you, Ranking Member Crockett. I see a lot of friends out there, and I see a couple enemies, so I'll try to remember that. But it's a pleasure being here. I want to remind people, too, this thing is an ongoing deal. We're not going to get this overnight. We've been fighting this battle, some of y'all, for 30 years and maybe longer. I hope we just keep focused on what we're trying to get to is total disclosure. We get a little wrapped up in a lot of things, but the government has something, and they need to turn it over to us. We pay their dadgum salary, you pay our salary, and you ought to get more out of us than you do. And that's what disgusts me about this whole thing. I think they're just trying to run the clock out on us, really. They'll poke us a little, and they'll make jokes to us and try to pull us off the target, but I think we know where we're at, and that's why they're firing at us, because we are over the target. My first question is, Mr. Knapp, I recently introduced the UAP Whistleblower Protection Act to help provide whistleblower protection to federal personnel for disclosing the use of federal taxpayer funds to investigate UFOs. I still don't want to say UAPs. How can Congress further increase whistleblower protections?
I think you got to unleash the dogs and go track down the money and where it goes, because a lot of this stuff has been moved out of government.
Sure.
As you know, Rep. Burchett, it's been given to private contractors who've stashed it away. They've had it for so long that there's nobody left inside government, or very few, who know where it is.
And they do that to keep us from FOIA, correct?
Yeah, it's to keep it from FOIA. And I think that the contractors who've had this stuff for a very long time set their own standards about who is allowed to know what. And it's a very small group that ever cracks that. I think Representative Luna has been looking at the use of classifications to hide things. I'm not sure that even this committee getting security clearances that should allow you to see this stuff would allow you to follow where it really goes.
I worry about the people that are looking at it and don't even know what they're looking at. I mean, it's gone through so many, since since Roswell, for instance. I mean, you think there's nobody even alive that was around any of that stuff.
Yeah,
So
I don't think they've made much progress from the people that I've talked to. I don't think they've made much progress in learning that technology. Might have made some, but you wonder, the implication is Tic Tac. Oh, yeah, that's ours. What flew over Washington, D.C. in '52, is that ours too? When are you going to break that out? You guys authorized tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars on weapon systems that can't do half of what we've seen UFOs do. So when do they break this out? If it's really a classified project, could change the world. I don't think they've made much progress, and I think they've been lying to us and to you and the rest of the world, and they're still doing it.
yes, sir, I agree with you. How did you manage to obtain the classified Russian UAP documents, and how did you get them back in the United States?
Well, I met this Russian physicist who was in the United States lecturing.
And I want to clarify that. I can't even take a thing of honey home on my airplane when I fly back to Tennessee.
Yeah,
so
I did something pretty dumb.
And I'm bitter about it, but go ahead.
I did something kind of dumb. I met with these officials who, during that time period, glasnost, perestroika, the Russians were trying to open up to the world, and I saw it as a window of opportunity, and it was. And we were able to talk these folks into providing us information that otherwise we would never have seen. Some of that was classified. I found out that they only stamped the top pages of these documents that were classified, so I just removed them. I removed those pages, and I carried them out. And if they'd caught me, I'd be in a gulag still.
Yeah. We'd be saying, what happened to George Knapp? Oh, yeah. What happened to the Russians that came forward to you in 1993, and were there any repercussions for them?
Well, there were. The first thing that happened when I talked about this after getting back and going through the files and things and sifting through it, the Russian physicist who had helped us be introduced all these people wrote back and said there was a huge eruption, that there was the real right, far autocratic forces that wanted a return of the USSR had really go after these guys. They described them as traitors. Nikolai Kapranov, the physicist friend of mine, said, look, if this had happened 5 years earlier, we would be in prison. If it had happened 10 years earlier, we would have been shot. Right. Luckily, at that point, Putin was not in power, but none of those people that we talked to on that trip in 1993 would ever talk to me again. I went back in 1996, and it was like I had the plague. I spoke to different people, but they were scared. And eventually, the story was spun where the Ministry of Defense officials who gave us this information were described as ufologists who said there was nothing really significant to these files. They didn't really find anything a big deal. And I can tell you, you'll see those files that I shared with you, they did find stuff. There was an incident in October of 1982 over an ICBM base where UFOs popped up, was observed over this base where the missiles are pointed at us, United States. These UFOs perform incredible maneuvers. They split apart, they fuse back together, they'd appear and disappear, and right at the end of this 4-hour period, the launch control codes for the ICBMs lit up. Something entered the correct codes, the missiles were fired up and ready to launch, and they could not shut it down. The Russian officers were panicking. The UFOs they disappeared. The launch control system goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov and his team came in, took the thing apart, could not figure out what it was. It wasn't a power surge or EMPs or some of the baloney excuses that our country has given for similar events involving our nuclear missiles. They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were from. And that's a chilling thing. I mean, we were a couple of seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it.
All right, I'm out of time, but real quick, who are the contractors that have this material, the corporations?
Well, one of them is Lockheed. And I'll tell you, I mean, I'm not saying Lockheed's the bad guys. They're doing what they were asked to do. Sure. They have lied about this because that's what they're supposed to do. But Lockheed would be one. There's a list I can give you, Congressman. Some of the big ones, the usual suspects.
Okay, thank you. Yield back, Chair Lady. Sorry for going over.
It's all good.
It's all George Knapp's fault.
I now recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Wiggins, based on your training and operational experience, could the behavior that you witnessed, a transmedium object vanishing without a sound, be explained by any known technology that we possess or other governments possess?
It cannot. No.
And has any government agency debriefed you or any of your shipmates regarding the EOIR and radar confirmed UAP encounter aboard USS Jackson?
No one has, no, ma'am.
What was that encounter like when you brought that up? If you want to briefly summarize that, when you brought that to their attention and then you were not provided any follow-up, who was told and how did you feel when there was no contact back to you?
As far as the actual incident happening,
Yes,
or
sir.
the reporting level?
Yes, Chief.
It was within the event happening. My duties are to report to the tactical action officer on watch while we're standing watch. So tactical action officer was there. I made my report. I've not had any discussion outside of that day. There's been no communication to me or requests from me within side of the military. But speaking of that actual incident itself, once the report was made to the tactical action officer, that's when I made the decision to ask the individual watchstander that was controlling Sapphire to be able to slew into the location. And that's what you see in the video itself, is when the watchstander is slewing in and kind of showing us what we're looking at. But outside of that, that's as far as the reporting went that I know of.
Thank you, Chief. Just for the sake of time, Mr. Nusatelli, has AARO, the Air Force, or the FBI ever followed up with you personally about the Red Square event?
I did have follow-up by AARO, nothing with the Air Force. The AARO office updated me, I think, at least 2 times. They let me know that they were unable to locate any records, that the records had been destroyed by the Air Force. The Air Force is destroying all their police records every 3 years on a schedule. So
You were informed that these documents were destroyed.
Well, I have a Freedom of Information Act from the Air Force that states clearly that they destroy all police records on a 3-year schedule.
Okay. So they were sitting on documentation, destroyed it, refused to question any of the lead investigators, anything leading into this investigation?
Yeah, basically, they destroyed all the police records. So you couldn't even, call the Air Force and ask them if there was a vehicle accident in that time frame. So that's a big problem. We're losing data in real time. So we'll never be able to go back and track.
I think our federal government has a history of destroying records. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nusatelli. Dr. Borland, as a geospatial intelligence officer, have you seen classified data indicating UAPs operate in restricted U.S. airspace? And has that information been withheld from Congress?
I have not in U.S. airspace. That is intelligence oversight, so I did not have domestic authorities.
After filing your Inspector General complaint over retaliation inside the Pentagon's UAP office, did you receive any kind of protection or just more retaliation?
Within the IG or AARO, ma'am?
Either.
AARO, they went after the staff member and classified everything, shut that down. The IG, to this day, I don't even know if my complaint's active. I know my attorney that represented me was very, very, very concerned. And the best of my understanding, I was determined credible, not urgent.
And do you think that experience would suggest that the internal UAP investigations may be compromised?
Possibly. I mean, it's so hard because this goes back to people doing the job they're told to do, and very few people are going to want to give up their careers, 20, 30-year pension, get rid of their kids' health care, get rid of their house. It's possible, yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Borland. Mr. Spielberger, do national security whistleblowers currently have any external appeals processes to challenge retaliation, or are they just stuck relying on the same agencies that they're accusing?
Congresswoman, this is one of the biggest concerns that we at POGO have, basically around the independence of investigations and accountability for retaliation. Basically, yes, national security whistleblowers have to rely on internal administrative processes that go through agency inspector generals. There are some differentiations, but the bottom line is that they are forced to rely on protection from the same agencies and people who they are alleging retaliated against them.
Yes, well, I thank you all for your bravery. We are out of time here. Thank you so much for coming forward, and we will do everything that we can to ensure that you are all protected. Thank you for trying to bring truth and transparency to the American people. Madam Chair, I yield.
I now recognize Mr. Burleson for about 5 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. It takes such great courage to come forward, and we acknowledge that, and I hope that you see that we are taking that seriously. And so very thankful for what you're doing today. I'm also very thankful for previous witnesses that have come forward. I see Matthew Brown in the audience. He courageously stepped forward and was as a witness. I encourage everybody to look and seek his testimony. I want to thank the people that came in our first hearing: Ryan Graves, David Grush, David Fravor, and in our second hearing, Admiral Gallaudet, Lou Elizondo, and Mr. Gold, and the many others that have come forward. We hear you, and it's time that we, enough is enough. It's time that we take action. Look, I'm not jumped to the conclusion that I believe that there are, aliens coming from another planet, but I'm open to that. And I think that it's our responsibility, especially when we're seeing that we have a government that is actively blocking information from us. Just last night, I tried to get an amendment onto the National Defense Authorization Act that fit in the germaneness of that bill to have UAP disclosure. And conveniently, it was named non-germane, mostly deemed by staff, not even an elected official. This is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked by someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from AARO. So not an elected official, but someone in staff blocked us. And I've had it. Enough is enough. I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe, this was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone. And so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does. This is when it zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling. So, Mr. Knapp, have you heard about events like this occurring, and what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild, and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah, what the hell is that? What
again,
flies like that?
Again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information consistently? I want to ask this just question. How in the world, this is the document, I want to enter this in for the record if it hasn't already been entered, Madam Chair. The document that you provided on thread 3, this is a huge file. How in the world did you smuggle this out of Russia?
Carefully.
In your socks?
I don't think I want to be really specific about it because I might have to go back there and get some more sometime. Although, no, that'd be crazy to do that. Well, I took the top pages off that were stamped with a security signature, and I carried them out on my person. But the rest of them I just threw in my suitcase and threw some caviar in there as a distraction as well, and hoped for the best. Otherwise, I'd be a citizen of Siberia right now.
And you had, you reported James Lakatsky came to you with government possession of NHI craft and how they ultimately gained entry. Can you testify to the veracity of that claim?
Dr. Lakatsky is an honorable man who served most of his career with the DIA, a very trusted, high-level rocket scientist and intelligence analyst who inspired the OSAP program, as I said earlier. And in full disclosure, I've co-written 2 books with him. He dropped this on myself and our other co-author out of the blue. And it took 14 months for us to get DOPSR approval for him to release 2 sentences on that. He said this craft, we had managed to get inside of it. It had no wings, no rotor, no tail. It had no fuel tanks. They didn't know how it flew or how it was operated. It clearly looked like it was aerodynamic, but he would not go further. He's a by-the-book guy, and until he gets clearance to say more about that, I don't think we're going to hear much more. But it's not ours. It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't know who made it and how it was built and how it operated. We've got at least one. And I don't know, I think that's enough confirmation that we do have recovered disks and materials.
Lastly, Mr. Borland, in the classified realm, have you been exposed to undeniable confirmation of NHI technology? And then my second question is Bay Systems involved in any way with reverse engineering exploitation of non-human intelligence craft?
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a conversation this Skip for that. Whether I'm legally even allowed to answer that, and whether you're even allowed to hear it, sir.
Okay. Again, you can sense our frustration. And so I just want to thank you for coming forward. We will continue to fight because, look, this is about making sure that this government belongs to the people and restoring the republic the way it was intended to be. Madam Chair, I also have further witnesses of courageous individuals. It was given to me by Dr. Stephen Greer, including Michael Herrera and his testimony. We have Roderick Castle and his testimony, Randy Anderson, his testimony, Stephen Digna, and others, 3 others, all saying similar things to what the witnesses today have said, and I would like to enter that into the record as well.
No objection.
Thank you.
I now recognize Representative Lee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we need to make sure that we don't get distracted by sensational stories only of unidentified anomalous phenomena and lose track of what the core of this hearing is about. This is all a perfect example of why whistleblowers are so important and why it's so important that we step up and protect them. With Trump, RFK Jr., EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, and others committed to dismantling government and firing professionals who do dare to speak out against the threats this administration's disastrous policies create, we have to focus on protecting all whistleblowers, not only the ones who are reporting on UAP. I'd like to thank the whistleblowers who have agreed to come before the committee today and speak their truth. This administration's claims to care about waste, fraud, and abuse, and so often it is the whistleblowers who care and who are the tip of the sword fighting against the real waste, fraud, and abuse. One study found that whistleblowers expose fraud at more than twice the rate of third-party auditors. So, Mr. Spielberger, what are some of the best examples of whistleblowers exposing fraud and abuse in the federal government?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Again, whistleblowers have played such a vital role across so many different issues. One prominent example goes back to the 2014 VA waitlist scandal. POGO actually played a very instrumental role coordinating with Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America. At that time, we received tips and whistleblower disclosures from over 800 different individuals talking about the VA subjecting veterans to extensive wait times in order to get the basic standard of care that they deserve. It's certainly prolonged serious illnesses, even contributing to hastened deaths, and we were able to help shed more light on that issue, which I think just emphasizes the importance, even outside of the national security context. We are often still talking about serious issues and even life and death concerns.
And unfortunately, whistleblowing can lead to serious repercussions and retaliation, especially in this vindictive and lawless administration. Mr. Spielberger, in the past, what kinds of retaliation have they faced, and what are we seeing today under the Trump administration?
So we've certainly heard about a number of different examples of retaliation. One that I'd like to highlight that Mr. Borland referenced previously is retaliation through abuse of the security clearance process. That can have grave implications not just for a whistleblower, but also their ability to seek legal counsel and defend themselves against retaliation. And when we look at the past several months of this administration, unfortunately, we've seen a really systematic approach toward dismantling the nonpartisan civil service. We've seen the mass firings. We've seen undermining of independent agency watchdogs, mass firings of inspectors general, undermining the Office of Special Counsel, the Merit Systems Protection Board. Again, these entities that are meant to be independent and play a critical role in investigating whistleblower disclosures and ensuring that their rights are protected.
Yeah. Thank you. In 1989, Congress passed the Whistleblower Protection Act and then broadened it again in 2012 to ensure that federal workers could feel free to come forward to their elected officials. And it's a good thing we did, because whistleblowers have played a more important role than ever since Trump has taken office. It was thanks to a whistleblower that we learned that DOJ allegedly put every single American's personal security information at risk by bypassing safeguards and copying all this data to an unsecure server. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a New York Times article titled, quote, "DOJ put critical Social Security data at risk," whistleblower says.
Good to go.
Thanks. We've had whistleblowers at the National Labor Relations Board reveal that DOJ minions may have shipped case files outside of the agency, possibly to help then co-president Elon Musk continue to exploit his workers. And last week, whistleblowers at the National Institute of Health came forward to say that RFK Jr.'s vaccine misinformation campaign had pervaded even the highest levels of the agency. Typically, whistleblowers have an inspector general they can rely on to investigate their claims and register issues with agency leadership. But President Trump has fired or demoted over 20 inspectors general. If I may ask one more question, Mr. Spielberger, can you explain how eroding the independence and capabilities of inspectors general further endanger these whistleblowers?
Absolutely. So again, whistleblowers already face incredibly great challenges in coming forward under normal circumstances. And when we erode these entities that are expected and required to enforce whistleblower protections, fairly investigate their disclosures, it calls into question the integrity of their investigations and findings, whether they'll take whistleblowers seriously when they come forward, and whether we can trust that they will use their authority to enforce the protections of whistleblowers who do come forward, essentially whether they will continue in their role as an independent watchdog or basically become a lapdog for a current or future president.
Thank you. And I will take no more liberties. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Crane for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman, for holding this hearing. Thank you to the witnesses for appearing. In the effort of transparency here, I got to admit to the witnesses that, growing up, I really never believed in UFOs or any of this stuff. I always thought it was a little kooky and whatnot. But, after hearing, your testimony from honorable service members, watching videos like my colleague, Mr. Burleson, just presented, I got to admit, I've become a believer. Not that I know where these things come from or, what they really are up to, but I'd like to start with asking the witnesses. Mr. Nusatelli, you were in the Air Force, right?
Yes.
Did you believe in UFOs prior to your encounter?
I've always been interested.
Okay. Yes. Chief Wiggins, you're currently in the Navy, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you believe in UFOs before your encounter?
I did. I'm from Las Vegas, and I've watched George Knapp my whole life.
Okay. What about you, Mr. Borland?
I have always been open to where facts go, so.
Were you guys scared or hesitant to come forward and tell your story because of fear and believing that you might be reprimanded or ostracized from society because of your stories? Mr. Nicotoli?
Yes, absolutely. I probably would not have come forward if I didn't have documentation to prove some of my story, and I also wouldn't have come forward without the people that paved the way for us in, the first congressional hearing. So,
Chief, what about you?
Once I got the okay from the Navy from top down, that gave me a level of relief. Prior to that, I didn't have any thought left or right of that, but thank the Navy to give me the go-ahead, and that gave me the relief that I would not have any level of reprisal or anything happen to me.
Mr. Borland, how about you?
Absolutely. I mean, after I went through everything, it was pretty clear that I caused a major issue in the executive branch, so I did what I was supposed to do, and that's why I haven't spoken publicly. That's why I'm happy to be here. This is how I wanted this to be done in regards to me.
Mr. Borland, why do you think that you faced reprimand and discipline for your effort to come forward and be transparent about what you saw?
About what I saw is the reason why I got into what I know and has been disclosed to AARO and the IG. And I think that information, well, it was labeled an extremely sensitive national security issue.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp, I've watched many of your videos on Joe Rogan and other places. One of the big questions, I think, for many of us is why do you believe that the federal government refuses to be transparent about this issue?
I think there's probably multiple reasons. At the start, when these things first started invading our skies in large numbers, we were scared. It was right after World War II, and we didn't know what they were, and they didn't want to panic the public, and that was probably a good call. Over time, I think the lying sort of became institutionalized, Flights over Washington, D.C. in 1952, they're seen, they're captured on radar, jets are chased after these objects, and then we get an explanation it was a temperature inversion. And those kind of lies have been told for a long time. What was told to me by an investigator from Congress, a guy named Richard D'Amato, who was sent after this story by Robert Byrd and Harry Reid, he came out to Nevada, tried to get into Area 51, did get in there, looked around, talked to people, trying to get to the bottom of it. He believed that this program, reverse engineering, et cetera, was had been moved inside these corporations. And he said, when this comes out, people are going to go to prison. And he meant people who were basically misusing legitimate national security funds, tens of billions of dollars, in order to keep this cover-up going. I also believe there's a legitimate reason for the cover-up in that there is undeniable connection of national security involved in this technology. If we are racing for it to master that technology against the Russians and the Chinese, which is what I have been told by Senator Reid and many others, then it is a race that's critical to our survival. There could be a form of disclosure, I think. Yes, it's real, it's from somewhere else, without revealing all the details that would allow someone else to have an advantage in the race for this technology.
Thank you. Finally, I'd like to enter into the testimony a letter I sent to the DoD regarding the case of Major David Charles Grush, a UAP whistleblower who's been extremely helpful to this committee. Unfortunately, due to his participation in the disclosure of UAP, he suffered reprisal like the removal of his clearance, denial of promotion, and loss of medical retirement. I wrote the DoD on July 24th, 2025 on behalf of Major Grush, and I'm still waiting for a reply. I appreciate any help the committee can offer to get a response. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection, we'll be following up with the DoD after this hearing. Thank you, Representative Crane. I'd next like to recognize Representative Gill for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Luna, for holding this hearing, and I'd like to yield a minute of my time to you.
Perfect. My first question is to Mr. Knapp. Mr. Knapp, how do we know that the files that you obtained from the former Soviet government are not BS and just given to you as a disinformation campaign against the U.S. government?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I shared some of them with the Senate Intelligence Committee when I first got back because that was requested by the Russians who shared some of that information with me. Secondly, I gave all of that material to the DIA through BASS, the OSAP program. Sorry for the acronyms.
Can you name names real quick? Sorry.
At BASS or OSAP?
Who did you give them to directly?
I gave them to Robert Bigelow and to Jim Lukatsky. And they hired a whole team to go through them and retranslate them and analyze it, and they created a structure of how the UFO programs in the USSR and Russia were put together. They said they were real. The other person who said they were real is David Grush.
Noted. Thank you. Representative Gill.
Yep. And thank you. I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Eric Burleson.
Thank you, Representative Gill. Mr. Wiggins, Chief Wiggins, in your view, what mechanisms, such as internal protocols, witness debriefings, or cross-agency documentation, should be better established in order to ensure that such a credible sighting, like the one that you have given, are preserved and made available to oversight bodies like this?
Thank you, sir. As a active duty Navy member, our mission is to carry out the ship's mission or the command's mission. And we, on a general basis, don't have knowledge of what to do when we see things like this. We just don't. We're there to do our mission and do what's told of us, right? So I think what would be important is giving active duty members a clear way of being able to report things like this to where it gets to this point. And ensuring that we have a standard level of understanding that there wouldn't be any level of reprisal or anything happening. Because, you know, I've been in the Navy for almost 24 years, but what about the sailors that have been in for 2 years that experience things like this? They're not going to have the knowledge, or they'll probably be a little bit more fearful to speak up, being it that their career is just starting.
Yeah, I want to commend you. You're the first witness to come forward that is currently serving, and it's recognized. And so I thank you. And your testimony is unbelievable. Let me ask this question: are you familiar with the Witness Protection Act that Representative Burchett has filed?
I'm not too familiar, sir.
Anyone on the committee familiar with it? It's fantastic. It's the language that we need. It's language that will protect whistleblowers from any kind of reprisal, and yet it's again and again blocked by this body in some way. Many a times it's being blocked not by elected officials but by staff behind the scenes. And the other bill, the UAP Disclosure Act, which was filed last year, Senator Schumer, who I cannot believe that there's a topic that he and I agree on, but he and I agree on this topic. He has sponsored it in the Senate. He put it on the National Defense Authorization Act last year. Remarkably, I can't get it it was stripped out by the House last year, and I can't get it onto the bill leaving the House this year. Mr. Knapp, how far would that bill go to actually getting the answers that we need?
Pretty far. I think that they're still going to have roadblocks. You know, the keepers of the secrets, the private companies that have been doing this job for intelligence agencies for a long time, are not going to cough it up. You'd have to force it out of them. And whether you can get them to admit that they have it or not, I mean, they're supposed to lie about it. They've been lying about it. More power to you. I hope it works. I hope it passes this time. But it's a daunting challenge to get them to open up after lying about it for more than 75 years.
Yeah. And then finally, Mr. Borland, when you engaged with AARO in 2023, you noted that their public statements did not match the reality that you and others had witnessed. In your assessment, what were the key limitations of AARO?
You know, I would put it to you this way. The statement AARO has made is scientific evidence of extraterrestrials. Scientific evidence requires a scientific control. Extraterrestrial is an entity on another planet. The only way to scientifically prove extraterrestrial is we have to go to that planet, acquire technology, bring it back, and compare it to what we have here.
So you're saying they won't let anything out or they won't come forward unless they confirm that unless they go to the planet and confirm where its origin is?
That would be scientific evidence, yes. And by that statement, AARO found no scientific evidence of extraterrestrials is basically, I don't want to call it a psyop, but a misrepresentation, because we do have things. But making that statement is not technically a lie. It's a misrepresentation of the full truth.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I, just since we're on that topic real quick, how do we get to these other planets? How do we pass the Van Allen radiation belt safely?
Good question for you. I cannot answer that for you.
I would now like to recognize Mr. Perry for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I'll start with maybe Mr. Borland. So you have a clearance, right? You're in uniform, you have a clearance. When did you leave service? What year?
I left in 2013, February
2013.
25th.
Who was the president, if you recall?
2013 would have been President Obama, sir.
Wasn't President Trump, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so you have a clearance, right? You're serving in uniform, you have a clearance.
Yes,
Your
sir.
story, I think many of us are kind of picturing the scene. You walk out in the flight line, having a smoke, this event occurs. Do you have the perception, at least I do, based on your story, that this involves the U.S. government? Whatever you saw involves the U.S. government.
That is 100% my opinion then and now.
And was there an after action? Do you do a daily debrief of the activities of the day? Was any of that recorded? Was there a conversation with the command? Was there any documentation that you know of at the time?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, like I said, I talked about it on the ops floor, and a couple of people had pulled me aside, some older enlisted, and were like, you probably want to keep that to yourself.
So did you get the impression that they knew what you were talking about, just didn't want you to harm your career or seem crazy, or that they didn't really witness? Did you know anybody else that witnessed what you saw?
Again, not that night. Like I said, the only people that would have been out there would have been security forces, and then those of us that were doing ops.
Security forces in uniform or contract?
Probably both.
Did you talk to them? Did anybody talk to them in an after action?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Was there any interest in the command to determine and verify what you saw?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
It's unfortunate. Chief Wiggins, thank you for your service. Gentlemen, thanks all of you for your courage to be here. Your story's a little bit different. Sounds like it, well, for both of you guys, and also Mr. Nusatelli, if this were sanctioned by the U.S. government, even though you have a clearance, but it's classified above the clearance level, do you see any reason why they would allow you access, being present, viewing it, hearing it, being around it? Like, what is this, an accident? Like, does the U.S. government make these kind of accidents? They make accidents, mistakes like this? Like, we're doing this test of this new system, and we forgot these guys were standing here. Does that sound like something that the U.S. government would do?
No, sir. Some of the launches we were doing were like $5 billion projects that had taken like 10 years to develop the technology. And these objects were coming right up to the launch pad. So any kind of mistake, I mean, it could cause a catastrophe.
Right.
So it's very confusing why these objects would be operating in and around our bases or during training exercises.
So it would lend you to believe that the U.S. government had nothing to do with whatever it is you saw.
Correct.
They wouldn't want it there because it would potentially interrupt the proceedings at the time. Was there an after action? Was there a discussion by your command? Was there an investigation? It's pretty significant activities that you were involved in. Was there an investigation that you know of?
We conducted investigations in real time.
Right.
And we document all the evidence. But as far as anything from higher up, I don't know if there was an investigation done. No information came down on what we should do.
Were you ever
to
interviewed at someone else's request?
About that incident?
Yeah, about the incident.
I don't believe so.
Do you think you find that odd? If something happens, you're around multi-million, maybe billion-dollar operations and launches of national security interests, very sensitive. There's an anomaly in the operation.
The only person witnessed it, saw a UAP at Vandenberg at that time frame, that was interviewed was the one that witnessed the thing land.
Why wouldn't, well, I don't know why I'm asking you, but it seems to me that we would want to interview everybody associated, even not associated, to find out if they were associated. Chief Wiggins, how about you? Was there an investigation? Was there an after action? Was there documentation on the incident that you were privy to?
No, sir, not that I know of. And in my previous experience as an operations specialist, all operations that I've been a part of have been deliberate. So
Yeah.
they're
And deliberate operations, after the operation, you conduct an after-action review, or that's what the Army calls it. I don't know what I imagine the Navy has something similar to determine your weaknesses, your successes. Do you do that in regard to this incident?
No, sir. The Navy calls it after-action reports, and not to my knowledge was there an after-action report of this incident, sir.
It's unfortunate. Thank you, Chair. I yield.
I now recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I'll tell you that today's testimony should alarm every American, no matter their views on UAPs. This isn't simply about UAPs. It's about government integrity, the responsible use of taxpayer funds, and Congress's constitutional duty to oversee the executive branch. We've heard evidence of critical information hidden in special access programs, off limits to virtually every elected representative, and certainly to the public. Credible witnesses report retaliation for speaking out. These are clear attempts to silence those who are exposing the truth. We must protect the whistleblowers. And decades of government disinformation have eviscerated public trust. So this isn't a partisan matter. It's a constitutional matter. And when you talk about the VAs, Ms. Spielberger, and all the problems that they had, the hub of that was Phoenix. And they went after the whistleblowers there. And that was under the Obama administration. So it doesn't matter which administration, which party, both parties have got to come clean, particularly on this. So if the government thinks it can hide the truth and punish those who speak out, Congress has to keep pushing until the facts, whatever they are, wherever they lead, come to light. I'm going to go to you, Mr. Knapp, first. You've interviewed numerous UAP whistleblowers over the years. Question is, how do you verify their claims before deciding they're credible enough to report on?
It's a combination of factors. First, you check their credentials. Did they really serve where they said they did, and did they work where they said they did? Are there any other witnesses? Is there visual proof, film, footage, things of that sort? You ask the people around them that know them, that used to work with them, if they're credible people. That's one way. You know, I think about AARO, the organization that this body created to deal with witnesses and whistleblowers. I hope I'm not taking too much of your time here, but they invited people to come forward, service members who knew, saw things and had experiences. And I can tell you that the people that I have talked to who went through that are deeply disappointed. There was a guy named Bob Jacobs who was a lieutenant attached to Vandenberg in 1964. His unit would record missile tests. They recorded all of them. On one of these particular tests, a UFO comes out of nowhere, zaps what looks like a laser beam at what would have been a nuclear dummy, a nuclear weapon, and disabled it. And he is called into the commander's office. Two guys in suits clip that film footage out that shows the UFO, and he's ordered to never talk about it. He comes forward to AARO. He heeds the call, thinking he's doing his duty as an American to tell that story, and they completely dismissed him. They made up a story that they had tracked down the original footage, and there was nothing like that in it. Well, there was no original footage. It had been taken away the day the footage was recorded. He's deeply disappointed. People like Bob Salas, who had worked at a nuclear ICBM base, who saw UFOs flying over the base, and these missile silos were taken down. He went to AARO too and was completely disregarded. It almost looks like AARO operated as a counterintelligence operation to get people to come in, tell their stories, and then discredit all of them. I can't imagine that any whistleblower or witness will ever go to AARO again because of what happened under the first director, who's now long gone, but still seems to act as the spokesperson for that organization.
And I would say, Madam Chair, maybe at some point we need to really dig deep into AARO, and I would encourage us.
Oh, I'd be happy to send maybe a subpoena to Mr. Kilpatrick.
That'd be fun. Mr. Nucatelli, you've testified that official Air Force records of the Red Square incident are now held by AARO and the FBI. Has Congress or you been denied access to those records, and on what grounds would we be denied access, you or us?
No, the records are unclassified, so
okay,
provide them to.
In the 2003 to 2005 incidents you described, were any physical effects, electromagnetic interference, radio anomalies, or security system disruptions documented in base logs? or any reports, official reports?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Wiggins, has the full resolution unedited footage of your incident been provided to Congress?
Yes.
Okay. Were you or your crew ever instructed formally or informally not to document or discuss the event? Ever?
No.
Good. Mr. Borland, you've talked about manipulation of your security clearance records. Can you identify which agencies or offices were responsible and whether they provided any written justification?
I can do that in a skiff, sir, 100%. Because of being a part of a multi-agency special access program, I cannot give those publicly.
So I'd encourage us, Madam Chair, to have that skiff meeting if we can. And then, Mr. Borland, again for you. You testified that you withheld certain sources and methods from AARO due to mistrust. Can you give us some specifics that led you to believe they were misrepresenting the truth?
Well, as I said already, what I said about scientific methods, scientific control, extraterrestrials, I mean, I know what I've seen, I know what I know, and I know it's true. So any agency that's going to go public and try and manipulate the public perception of this subject in such a way that it is negative when I know the truth about it is why I had extreme reservations with it, and also what I've been through and other whistleblowers and people in the know about this subject have been through.
So, Madam Chair, thank you for letting me wave on. I think the key thing there you talked about was manipulation of message, manipulation of narrative. That is really the problem with this entire the system that we've seen since you've started these wonderful hearings, Madam Chair, and I thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Biggs. The chair would now like to recognize Mr. Begich for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First question, Mr. Borland, earlier today you mentioned that in a skiff, you would be able to discuss whether a member of Congress is actually legally able to access certain information. Under what authority would a member of Congress be restricted from accessing information on this topic, even within a skiff?
I would suggest reaching out to Director Gabbard and speaking with her about that. I'm hopeful that this goes back to the executive branch and who even has authority. Unfortunately, I can't give you a 100% solid answer because I don't even have that knowledge.
Next question to George Knapp. What is the estimated annual budget, your view, for the program for investigating or reverse engineering UAP-related technology, including official, misappropriated, or black budget funds?
I wouldn't have a clue. I don't know of any person that's ever seen it.
Does anyone on this panel wish to address that question? Okay, moving on. Are any of you willing to name specific gatekeepers within the root cell of the UAP-SAP Federation?
You mean specific people and contractors that have dealt with this and kept the secret?
Specific individuals.
Well, one of them was named Dr. James Ryder at Lockheed. But, again, to emphasize, I don't fault these contractors for doing what they were asked to do by our government. They're supposed to lie if people ask about it. And the intelligence agencies who gave this stuff to them, CIA, I think primarily, told them to keep it quiet, and they've done that. And I suspect that they'd like an off-ramp, that they'd like some help with figuring out this technology at some point.
And this is, again, available to anyone, is there a security classification guide for UAP or NHI?
I remember in the 2003 or 2023 hearing, it was stated that all UAP-related material is classified secret or above.
I have a name for you.
Go ahead.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA. Another question for you, Mr. Knapp. What is, in your view, having investigated this issue for so many years, what is the long game with respect to disclosure of this information to the public? Because with the advent of essentially a video camera and a high megapixel phone in everybody's pocket, at some point, this information is going to be impossible to withhold from the public. What do you think is the long game here?
Well, the secret's out. I mean, how many videos have there been already? You know, videos that are leaked from within the military and intelligence agencies and contractors and sensor platforms. It's out there. But they have the high ground. The people that don't want us to take it seriously dismiss it, discredit the witnesses, come up with a cover story. I mean, it's been out there a long time. The public senses that it's real, and the people in authority dismiss them. It's a game that's been going on a long time, and I don't think they're ever going to release it. I think that there's an attitude among the people that have been involved in this for a long time that the public doesn't deserve to know, and that the public probably can't handle it, but they can.
Final question, again, this one's open to anyone who'd like to answer it. Describe your understanding of the org chart or lines of control within the executive branch with respect to these topics. And if you'd like to address that in a skiff, feel free to say so.
That could work as long as I'm legally allowed to and you are legally allowed to receive it.
I think these programs are in the executive branch, National Security Council and over on that side. That seems to be what some of our witnesses have told us over the years. So you can, Congress can file all kinds of requests. The FOIAs can be filed with the Department of Defense, Department of War now, and they can honestly say, well, we don't have it, because they don't have it.
Thank you. Is there anything in my remaining 30 seconds that you'd like to share on any of these questions that I've asked you today?
I applaud the committee for trying to tackle this monster of an issue. I really appreciate that it might be the only bipartisan issue in Washington where everybody can agree. We've watched multiple hearings now. Everyone is asking the same kind of questions, whether right or left, and honestly want the answers. And Chairman Luna, Chairwoman Luna, I appreciate your dedication to this, Tim Burchett and the other members for sticking with it, because it's come up in Congress before, and they had hearings, and then they dropped it for 50 years. So it's going to take a lot of time to get to the bottom of this, and I applaud your commitment to getting to the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9C.
Madam Chair, can I ask a parliamentary question of you?
Yeah, sure.
Does this subcommittee have the authority to do subpoenas?
Task force. So the task force, to answer that question, has to do it through full committee.
Okay.
So, and also in regards to immunity, which to Mr. Borland's point, we are going to be doing a motion to ask for immunity for you and a few other people to come into a skiff and tell us what you know without being subject to the Espionage Act, et cetera.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's just kind of an update. But as a task force, because we are not a full subcommittee and there are certain authorities that haven't been granted to us, probably because they don't want us to have it. But there are ways to work around it, so we're kind of figuring that out. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9C, the majority and minority will have an additional 30 minutes each to ask questions of the witnesses without objection. So ordered. With that being said, if you guys want to jump in the queue, I know Representative Crane, Burleson, and likely Burchett have a few more questions. I'll just start out with two, and then I'll pass the buck to Burleson. Burchett, do you have anything? Burchett and then Crane. Just real quick, Mr. Knapp, and short answers, please, because of time. How much of these alleged Russian crash retrieval documents have already been physically out there? So, I mean, percentage-wise of the documents that you submitted to Congress, what was public already and what was not newly released?
Maybe 1%.
Okay, so the rest of it should be predominantly new information.
Yep.
Also, can you just elaborate real quick? I know you had, I think, mentioned a Thread 3 program, but also alleged in those documents, I got through maybe half of them last night. There's a lot, and I don't speak Russian, contrary to what my people might allege. What does the Thread 3, was there any specific programs that existed within the Soviet government or groups to specifically investigate this by name real quick?
It's a number. There's a number in those documents I gave you. There was a larger program that actually had 3 sub-programs that was, Thread 3 was the name I got, and then the DIA guys who looked at it figured out there was a much larger organization.
And it's listed in those documents?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Real quick, I'd like to ask the committee to replay that video that Burleson had played earlier. I want to ask every witness here, specifically ones that have sensor training or have been able to recognize some of this movements real quick. So if you guys can please roll that real quick. Okay, while this is still rolling, Mr. Nusatelli, real quick yes or no answers. Are you aware of anything in the government, United States government arsenal that can split a Hellfire missile like this?
No.
And do whatever blob thing it did and then keep going? Nothing?
Nothing.
All right, how about you, Chief Wiggins?
Nothing to my knowledge, ma'am.
Okay, and how about you, Mr. Borland?
I prefer to answer that in a skiff.
Okay, does this video scare you guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
Wiggins?
Yes.
Nat?
I had a different reaction. I was really happy that it got out. Thanks for providing
Curiosity
that,
kills the
Congressman.
cat. All right, Mr. Borland?
Yes, for
Okay. All right, that is the end of my questioning. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Crane.
Thank you. Chief, I was on a ship for a little bit. I was a gunner's mate on the USS Gettysburg for a couple of years. My question to you is, when you had your encounter and you saw it on the screen, you were in the CIC, is that correct?
That's correct. On an LCS ship, the CIC is on the bridge, so it's called ICC-1, but yes, same.
Did a bunch of the other folks in the CIC come and check out what you were looking at?
Yes, we all did. The tactical action officer, myself, the RCO, and two others that were on watch. We were all in the same space, so we were all looking at the Sapphire screen all at the same time.
Because in the other couple instances with the witnesses, you guys just saw it by yourself, is that correct? Mr. Borland, you saw it by yourself?
For me, yes, sir.
Mr. Nusatelli, you saw this by yourself?
No, there were multiple witnesses in every case at Vandenberg.
Okay. So, Chief, did that spread like wildfire throughout the ship in the next day or two, what you guys had seen?
No, sir, it didn't spread throughout the ship, but it spread throughout ICC-1 conversation. As you do your turnover, we talk about it, but it didn't go further than just the watchstanders that stood watch on the bridge and in ICC-1. So it did move around there throughout a few days.
I'm kind of surprised. Stuff usually spreads around the ship pretty fast. Why do you think the rest of your fellow sailors on the boat didn't hear about it?
Potentially uninterest, possibly, with engineers or combat systems like yourself, don't make their way up to the bridge enough to get within sight of the circle of talk about the incident.
Was it hard for you to get permission from the Navy to bring that video?
I myself didn't bring the video. I just saw the video. When I saw the video, I got in touch with Admiral Gallaudet. That's how I wind up knowing about the video itself when I first talked to the Admiral. And you can hear my voice at the back end of the video, and I was like, hey, that's my voice, and I wanted to talk about it.
How long did that encounter take place, Chief?
So the encounter itself, from the time I recognized on my radar to the time after the video ends, was probably about 5 to 7 minutes.
What speed was the object moving at?
When I first witnessed off the port bridge wing the object moving out of the water, what I thought was originally just a light on the water or something on the horizon, and surfacing and going into the air, I then knew it was an air contact. But as an air controller myself, I started thinking and going through kind of like my checklist in my mind. Could it be a helo? But it's not blinking lights. So I then realized this is something I've never seen before. So the speed itself, just going from the horizon to about maybe 4,000 feet in the air, was very slow, slowly rising. And then it sped up. I'm not an expert at knowing specific speeds of aircraft just by visual eye, but I would say probably 1-2 Mach instantly into the rest of the formation. I didn't notice visually with my own eyes the other 3 objects until I went back to my radar and also utilized Sapphire to see that, in fact, there were 4 total. And then again, when they all left after a certain amount of time, it was nearly instantaneous.
So you spotted it visually first, Chief, and then went back to your radar, or did you guys spot it on radar first?
Radar first, because that was my watch station.
And then you went out to the port bridge wing, is that correct?
Correct, to verify what I saw on my radar.
What range was it at, Chief, when you were able to see it visibly?
I would say about 7 nautical miles, 7 to 8 nautical miles of a light from the ship.
Wow. Thank you. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chief Wiggins, you said that it emerged from the ocean. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And before it did, it was glowing. It was a glowing object under the water.
That part I couldn't tell because it was nighttime at 1915 approximately, and it was also at a distance. So it's very hard to tell the difference between something on the horizon and something surfacing from the water. My personal thoughts after seeing what I saw is that it did in fact come from the water, but I don't have visual evidence showing exactly, that it did in fact come from the water. But I had to go through my process of elimination and try to figure out, was this a ship on the horizon just showing its lights at night, but to see it surface, then it made me question, okay, where did this come from? If it's flying and it's not a drone or anything like that, where was its origin? Where did it start?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Knapp, in your testimony and in this document, you detail an event that happened in Russia where their nuclear missiles were activated, and we were close to a World War III at that time, which is startling to hear. It's also good to know that as we have investigated the JFK files as well, that we're learning that that there was a document that was sent between Russia, there was an agreement between Russia and the United States that if they were to see some unidentified objects over sensitive sites, that they would report it to each other. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I'm also familiar with the rhetoric, public rhetoric between President Reagan and Gorbachev at the time, too, that they traded statements about, wouldn't it be something if we were threatened by something from way outside, how we might work together. I know for sure that they had conversations about it, and I know we did reach an agreement to try to lessen the possibility that us detecting a UFO or group of UFOs would not be mistaken for a bunch of Russian missiles. There were exchanges of that sort that went back and forth.
Yeah, and I can imagine this is, to me, the validity of this document is underscored by the fact that Russia would not want this to be known. They absolutely would not want to know, the public to know, or the United States to know that there was a vulnerability in their missile systems. Would you agree?
Absolutely. And, and we had many similar incidents at our nuclear weapons facilities here that have all been sort of swept under the rug, but it's pretty scary when you take down 10 missile silos during tense times and you don't have a better explanation for it than it was a special test of security mechanisms or using EMPs, which is a preposterous explanation.
Real quick, we're going to cut to Mr. Ogles. He just got back. So we're in a special kind of lightning round, so 5 minutes, and then we'll go back to our line of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, I think it's clear from the hearing that there's advanced technologies that are taking place in our airspace. The question is, and I posed it in one of the previous hearings, is it ours, is it theirs, or is it otherworldly? There may not be a silver bullet at the moment, but when you look back through the hearing and the evidence that's been presented, if you're going to point the American people to one piece of evidence to start their journey on this topic, what would you suggest, sir?
One piece of evidence. I would start with this hearing, in the first hearing. There is no evidence.
But is there a specific, exactly, but is there a specific evidence or footage or document that you think lends extreme credibility to what we're discussing today?
I would say this new video we're seeing today is exceptional evidence that we're dealing with something.
With the kinetic?
Yes.
Mr. Wiggins?
Sir, I'd have to say that if just the average person here in America looked at absolutely everything that has come across television, the internet, etc., you can't tell yourself that 100% of what's being recorded is fake or false. You have to, at some point, understand that there's something else out there.
Well, I mean, and you bring an interesting point. In the law enforcement community, anytime you're conducting an investigation, you're always looking at the totality of the circumstances. You're looking at all the evidence and how they piece together. And so that would be my, advice to the American people, that this is a journey that is just beginning from a congressional perspective, but you have decades of data, some of it not real, much of it is, but thanks to Chairwoman Luna, we're now presenting this to the American people. And I think this latest video from Mr. Burleson is something that should get everyone pause. When you see the 3 orbs that drop, was that in a defensive posture, or was that in an offensive posture? And what capabilities did those orbs have that we, quite frankly, may not have? Mr. Knapp?
As I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, what hooked me on the story was the paper trail, these documents that shouldn't exist. We've been told for decades, over and over, there's nothing to it. It's not a threat. You can go about your business. And then when FOIA becomes the law of the land, thousands of pages to the contrary leak out. There's a memo by General Nathan Twining in 1947 when the country was being overflown by dozens of UFOs, hundreds of UFOs, in which he said, look, this is not visionary or fictitious, it's real. These things are craft. They're not ours. They outperform anything we've got. I mean, if you follow the paper trail of documents that they wrote before the military got wise and realized that FOIA really exists and changed their tune and not put things in writing, it spells it out pretty clearly. I'll go refer back to Russia. One incident I did not mention to Representative Burleson is Colonel Sokolov in that Ministry of Defense program said there were 40 incidents where Russian warplanes were sent to intercept UFOs. And they were ordered to fire on them. And for the most part, the UFOs would zip away. 3 of the pilots, though, did fire at these things. Those 3 planes stalled out, crashed. 2 of those pilots died. And after that, the Russians changed the standing order. If you see a UFO, leave them alone. No country in the world wants to say and admit that these objects are flying around in our airspace and there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, who wants to say that? The U.S. certainly doesn't, and the Russians didn't either.
And I've got to be almost out of time, but Mr. Berlin, then you, sir, real quickly.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think Bob Lazar, and not for the reasons that most would talk about, mainly because Bob Lazar was immediately discredited. They said he never worked where he worked. They said he never did what he did. But yet Bob Lazar showed up with a bunch of friends and a video camera and was filming these test flights in the middle of the desert. So clearly he knew something.
Madam Chairman, if I'm out of time, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative Ogles. I'd like to go back now on our lightning round of questioning to Representative Burchett and then Burleson. Burchett, always number 1.
That's what I should be. Number 1 in your heart, number 435 on the chart. That's me. Dylan, knowing you testified to AARO, are they obfuscating when they claim to have discovered no evidence of extraterrestrial beings, activity, or technology, and are they lying to the American public?
As I said before, it's a manipulation of the public perception. The statement, scientific evidence of extraterrestrials, is a true statement. It is not the truth about what is happening and what we have.
Any of y'all like to comment on that further? Mr. Knapp? You're getting edgy.
It's splitting hairs. No proof that they're extraterrestrials. What would that proof look like? A piece of kryptonite? What would it be? I mean, we could be talking about different forms of non-human intelligence. I think the dominant paradigm is that they come from outer space, somewhere else, and they have some way that they can cross those vast distances that we can't even imagine doing. But not necessarily, that's not necessarily the answer. So asking for proof of extraterrestrials might not be the answer at all. It's splitting hairs. We don't know where they're from. I don't know anyone who knows the answer for sure. They call them aliens just as a placekeeper kind of a word, but no one in all these programs who've studied this stuff for years, people with much bigger brains than mine, knows the answer for sure.
I've talked to Navy folks that some of the deep sea areas, they think there might be something there, that they're here, and I don't know when they got here. Another point that needs to be made is every time, we say we're going to back engineer or whatever you want to call it, these craft. I always say, like, it'd be like if you took I ride motorcycles, but if you took like an Indian or a Harley to the people that came over here on the Mayflower, you know, they'd see a bright, shiny object. They might polish it. You know, they might get it started. I doubt they could. They couldn't work on it. They couldn't put fuel. They wouldn't be able to have the capability of putting fuel in it. I just think that's, you know, we're scratching at something that we don't have any knowledge of, and that's why it's just taken so dadgum long. But they do know, the first one that cracks that code, it's over. I mean, it's energy, it's power, it's everything. And I worry too that in the wrong hands that they do that, they keep it from the rest of us because they're so invested in whatever energy sources we have here that their billionaire buddies are going to profit, and they can't retool because they know once it's out on the internet, it's over. And so I think there's a lot of things going after, and I think that's why the move to discredit folks is so rapid too. I think, you know, they point to them and they put the dogs on them, and it disgusts me.
There's a price to be paid for that too. The Russians and Chinese are trying to figure this out as well, but they don't have the same kind of stigma. They tell their best scientists and engineers, get in there and work on it. And they've been doing it for a very long time, might have a head start on us. Here, we don't have our best scientists and engineers working on it because they've been told it's nonsense. The stigma is very real for people like that.
I agree. Yield back, Chair Lady.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Representative Burleson.
Mr. Nusatelli, when you heard the testimony of Mr. Knapp talking about these missiles were shut down or turned on in Russia, does that remind you, when you hear these stories, it's got to remind you of the event that happened on your base?
Absolutely. There are many accounts of incursions of this type taking place. I believe in the 60s we had a similar incursion in New England, and same thing happened. There were these objects coming over the base at low altitude, 200 feet over the base security police, and they were scrambling fighters, and then the objects would just fly off, and that went on for weeks. So the historical record has laid out that there's a pattern, that our installations are visited by these craft. You know, they come in and do whatever they're doing, and then they leave. And we don't know how to respond. We don't know how to protect the installation. So that's why we're here.
When you first heard, and we're having to report on these incidents that were being witnessed by other individuals, did you believe them? Did you yourself believe it would be true until you saw it?
Yeah, these are people I've worked with for years, deployed with. You know, I was in some of the weddings. These are people that I worked with every day of my life. Usually when the events were occurring, we were all together. You know, there'd be 40, 60, 100 people on duty during these encounters.
Really?
Yeah.
All seeing it at the same time?
Yes, these encounters were playing out while we were on duty, and we were responding and investigating in real time as they occurred.
And as you said, the importance of your operation was highly important because they said it's the most important in 25 years, the research that you were conducting.
For that particular launch, we had 500 Air Force police officers guarding the launch. 500 people. It was that critical.
Wow.
But had this thing showed up, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to prevent it showing up.
Real quickly, can you just re-describe size and whether or not you heard anything? It was how big, wise?
The two square objects were at least as large as a football field. The second encounter, they think it was much larger than a football field. We're talking like flying buildings. The object I saw was about 30 feet in diameter.
And to confirm, you were not the only person that saw this.
Correct.
I think I was also told that there was also reports of this in a police blotter in the area. Can you confirm that?
Yes, that's the documentation that I maintained from the original event and turned into AARO and the FBI.
Okay. Do you have any more, Burleson?
No, Madam Chair, I just want to reiterate to the American people that if you're frustrated, So are we. We're extremely frustrated. We've been, the 2-3 years. I can only imagine how frustrated Mr. Knapp is or Danny Sheehan is, and the amount of time that you guys have poured into this to try to get answers. I mean, Masson is back there. He's been pouring to try to get answers into this. I hope that you all see that we're committed to this, and we're going to be scrappy about it. We may not have the direct authority, but I can assure you, Representative Luna is about as scrappy as it gets. I wouldn't want to scrap with her. But that being said, I think that if the American people want to see answers, we need to action. We've had the hearings. It's time to take action. It's time that we pass Tim Burchett's Whistleblower Act. It's time that we pass the UAP Disclosure Act. And I think that we've had a lot of talk about this. It's time for action.
Thank you, Burleson. I would now like to yield 30 minutes to Representative Crockett.
I'll reserve.
Thank you. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. I now yield to Ranking Member Crockett for closing remarks.
I'll pass. No, I just want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you for being here today, for staying committed to this, and for your courage. I truly believe that courage is contagious, and right now we need more courage than ever, whether it's UAPs or whether we're dealing with any other form of government where people are afraid to come out and speak their truth. The American people are relying on amazing public servants like you to speak up on their behalf, to be the watchdog, and to make sure that we are as safe as possible. And so thank you so much again for conducting a bipartisan hearing on such an important matter.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize myself for some closing remarks. This is obviously something that doesn't just affect everyone in this room. I can tell you that specifically for where I represent in Pinellas County, Tampa Bay, and Florida as a whole, there's many sightings, many questions, people reporting this, but I'm not the only one. I was also told by Representative Biggs, as well as our great representative from Alaska, that these are not isolated instances, and so it does give us reasoning to provide investigative inquiry into these topics. But also too, I would also like Mr. Spielberger, if you could actually review and see if your organization would endorse the Whistleblower Protection Act that Representative Burchett has. I can tell you that I will be signing on to a letter, as well as I'm sure many other members of this task force, and we hope that the ranking chairwoman or my colleague here, Representative Crockett, as well as our Democrats that were here today, consider also signing on to that, as we do feel that it is time to ensure that our whistleblowers are given adequate protections and that people like Mr. Borland are not facing retribution in the way that they have been. With that being said, with all that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, and which will be also forwarded to those witnesses. If there are no further business, without objection, I'd like to now recognize Representative Burchett for closing remarks.
I would just like to thank the ranking member and the chair lady for their courage. This is a tough issue. We all catch hell for it. And it's gratifying that we're here in a bipartisan nature and the way this meeting was conducted. And I want to thank y'all for your courage. Thank y'all. And
without objection, the task force stands adjourned.
To those hearings. Anybody got something to say?
I can tell you this. Actually, no, we'll have to do it in a skiff.
Exactly.
Oh,
Oh, shade. I thought this was a skiff. No?
It is.
Geez,
it
in the wrong
should be.
place. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So Pavel, what were you saying? You thought George Knapp was the man. Is that what it sounded like?
Yeah, I thought I wanted to hear him talking about the Russia documents because I always wondered what he did right after he came back from the Soviet Union. If he got into a skiff, if he spoke to someone, he directly said what he did. And he also said that what is public is like 1% of what there is about that. So that's a lot of information. So I do want to know more about that. I want to know about what Robert Bigelow did, his role in all of that. So I was very excited for that. And yeah, as Martin Willis said, Dylan Borland is like a real bona fide badass. And I'm just excited for this is a much better hearing than the one from last year, which had a lot of issues. And I think this was the ideal continuation of the 2023 hearing, in my opinion. And that video, that was amazing. I mean, I wasn't expecting that. It was wild. I don't know what you guys thought.
I do know that when George Knapp got back from Russia, it's reported that he took a nice long warm bath. And then he went ahead, made a list who was naughty and nice, who's going to get the data that I got back. Yeah, that footage is still kind of, my mind is still kind of reeling. I'm trying to, as a filmmaker, you know, you look at CGI and everything else. Clearly, this is not that, not even close. But you look at the way that things react, properties of things, because you have to emulate it. That was, you know, part of my job in the films I made. The offshoot material that came off that craft after being hit. First of all, that craft should have gone down. It should have been taken from the sky, removed. The fact that these sections of the craft was following the craft kind of became individual and was following. This is a huge clue that we've not had before. This is the best UFO footage that any of these hearings have ever had, bar none. And so, you know, we're still digesting this, but the clues that we are seeing here, we're going to be much, you know, I don't think any of us can give an answer as to what was going on there. Maybe Chris would be the closest, but I'm curious, Chris, what did you think when you saw that? You know, because that was your job, was to fire a missile at you know, a MiG. And what would that reaction be when you would normally fire something and hit something?
Not that for sure. I mean, that's definitely not. You see a change in trajectory. That was the strangest part, where you could clearly see the multiple parts. You know, there was like the main part that had obviously moved, and then there was two other little tiny, like white dots, you know, pieces of whatever it was, and then continued on the same trajectory. So that's where I think we need to look at it closer, because I'm sure you're going to hear from Mick West and them that it's parallax, that basically it's an object just sitting there. But even then,
so
what object would split like that? I still don't even know. Even if it was stationary, even if they could make an argument that it's parallax.
He'll say it's a transformer
he's
bird.
got the recording.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, nice.
I already saved the
so
video,
crazy.
actually.
Nice, Pavel. Nice.
Yeah, it looks like it was three pieces. Yeah.
Wow. We've definitely not seen something like this before. So for this to be entered into congressional records, to be shown at the UAP hearings, I mean, if this doesn't move the needle, I don't know what will. I mean, of course, people always want to see, like, you know, actual craft, actual bodies, but we have to start with stuff like this.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we got this before Jeremy Corbell stamped his logo, weaponizing whatever on this. So
Shots fired.
Well, Burleson released it, right?
It's just fun teasing is all.
Since shots are being fired, I was really concerned that George Knapp, I think George Knapp did a great job. I was at first thinking, you know, why is George Knapp, but I think he did an excellent job today. So I don't have anything against him, but I was worried that Bob Lazar was going to come up because it's so controversial. And there were people, and I saw, you know, you posted chat, you know, Bob Lazar was there. Well, Bob Lazar is never going to be there for so many different reasons. But I didn't think it went off the rails. But it's just that this is, you know, things supposedly happened to him. My personal thoughts about Bob Lazar is, you know, maybe I shouldn't share them, but I don't think that he was who he says he was. I think, though, he knew some inside information. Perhaps he took on a persona. I've done a lot of research on this, and I'm not just saying this blindly. So I've dedicated quite a bit of my time into researching Bob Lazar. You know why? Because I wanted it to be true. I wanted Bob Lazar to be true. And so that's why I had an interest and why I've done a deep dive into his past. And I've even talked to George Knapp about his thoughts about Bob Lazar. It's a pretty interesting little conversation we had back and forth. But anyway, I thought the rest of the hearing was great. I thought the testimonies were amazing, especially Borland. I can't get over that testimony as a whole. That was just blew me away. I thought it was the best testimony ever from anyone in any of these hearings myself.
I would agree with that for sure.
I found it interesting that Borland is the one that brought up Bob Lazar. George Knapp isn't the one that did it. I was surprised about that.
Oh no, George Knapp did first. George Knapp did first, and this toward the end, Borland talked about it at the end. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I also thought it was interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought it was interesting that Borland skirted a question and told them to specifically ask Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, I thought that it was interesting that he brought her up and said that we should be questioning her and see what she knows, because clearly it's a lot more than what everybody else does.
Yeah. Mick West already fired the first shot earlier, and he said, with regards to Borland, he said, am I the only one noticing that this went on for 15 minutes and no one except for Borland saw this? Like, isn't that suspicious? And I said, I got it from our friend Charlie, who, was throwing down on this. And I said, well, no one asked him if there was anyone else there. So he didn't get a chance to really, answer that. So I am curious. I wish they had followed up and said, who else saw this? Because for 15 minutes, someone else had to have seen that craft.
I can speak to that a little bit. Because this is a story that I heard twice before Borland talked about it. And as far as I heard, he was not the only one at the sighting watching that. But I don't know if the information about that is like more confidential, if they can't share it right now, but that's what I understood, that he wasn't the only one there. And his cell phone wasn't the only one that got fried in the incident. There were other devices that also got fried in the incident. That's what and when I heard that I didn't know his name or anything, but when I heard that was the story, I was like, oh, that's the guy. So I heard it twice already from people within those circles, so yeah.
Have you guys, had you heard of Borland before this? Did you know what he was going to talk about?
No.
No.
I mean, not till they released their statements. I was very taken aback by not only the fact that he's talking about that cell phones froze, but that whole human beings were immobilized, like frozen in place at the same time. So it's not just tech that was paralyzed, it was also human beings.
And the static electricity that he said he felt as he, quote, I think he said it was like a summer day after, an electrical storm, which was pretty specific.
That's super interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, people talk about, we hear all the time, we hear about, cell phones draining batteries, cameras draining batteries, all these things. There's these physical, possibly electromagnetic effects on, tech, cars stall, things like that. I mean, this all kind of fits in the same, same area.
Okay, and I have I found the video actually. If we want to watch the full video here, let me
that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone, and so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does. This is when it zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling. So,
okay, I think what they're going to say is that it's a balloon. That'll be the main argument, is that it's a parallax. You can see the range down here when it comes up. It's around 5.4 nautical miles. And we're having issues, of course. Classic live. But I'll go back now. So,
interesting. Two things I
not
noticed.
traveling in a straight line. It's not
say what,
traveling
Martin?
in a straight line like a. I'm saying it's not traveling in a straight line like a balloon would.
Well,
So,
yeah, a balloon
I don't
goes
know
with
if
the
you
wind, so a
notice,
balloon
it's like-
doesn't travel in a straight line. It'll move around.
I know,
but it's
usually
interesting
the wind
because
is.
you go where the
is
wind
usually
goes,
going
right?
The wind is usually going in a straight line. It's not going around like this. You know,
It's not moving around.
You know, anything you've seen like a balloon. Anytime you see a balloon, it's going in a straight. You know, floating along with the wind. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm totally wrong.
I've seen them both, but usually I see it kind of going as it moves around. But my question for Chris is, was this footage slowed down when the moment of contact happened? Because that missile was moving kind of slow comparatively. I mean, it should have been just this thing that came in super quick. How fast do missiles travel traditionally?
They travel different speeds, but normally they go 2 to 3 miles. They're going Mach 2 normally. Your Hellfire missile is probably going slower than that, so that's 10 miles a minute, say supersonic.
So that's fast. So this should have just been this
600 miles an
blur, this
hour.
thing that- yeah, it should have been this blur that came in and hit it. So it seems like it was maybe slowed down.
Yeah, good point.
Unless the target was moving just as fast.
Well, I'm talking about once it comes into frame, the duration of time it comes
Mhm.
into frame to contact was protracted almost. It just seemed like it had a while. I almost could have maneuvered around it. I kind of want to see that.
It seems like
again.
it might have been slowed down.
Let's show it again.
Before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of This is when it zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling.
These things that we clearly don't even understand that yet we're going to be hostile towards them. I think that's not wise.
So, Mr. Knapp.
Yeah, it doesn't come in super fast, but you're looking from far away. I think it.
That looks like it was slowed down. Also, I'm just, we have to kick the tires, right? All the tires. It looks like if you hit something and it's moving that fast, it doesn't all of a sudden drop straight down. So the
That's
perception
right.
of
And
it
if
is
that's
that it's
going
continuing to
slow-
move. Right, but we're looking at an angle where the whole thing, if it was moving down because it had been hit and was going to eventually go to the water, they don't let the footage continue where we see what happens next. So it could have been slowly moving down and it'd still be moving at the velocity to a degree and then slowing down. But so it didn't look 100% like it just kind of continued and going on its own speed. It could have been something that was, dropping down in chunks, but the angle, we couldn't see it dropping down because,
That's right. We're above. And also, it's too bad they lost track of it and didn't keep filming, along the way after it was hit. We just see a little short bit of that. The full footage has to exist.
Yeah, LRD lays des. Yeah, you can see it guiding. Yeah, it turns. The missile turns and hits it like final guidance.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I
wish we had it in wide shot.
So you can still see it traveling.
Martin has an echo again.
Yeah, echo is bad.
So, Mr. Knapp, do you have any?
Okay, so we just saw the balloon, because this is what they're going to say, right? Mick, Wes, and everything. We just saw it kind of curved, right? And so it wasn't a complete straight. In the wide shot, it looked like it kind of curved.
I saw the missile curve.
Only swamp gas.
No, I'm talking about the wide shot. It looked like it was curving a little bit, like it has the ability to.
It looked like the object was turning
around
slightly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 6 miles away, so you're zoomed in. I can show it again. That was an interesting video. You can see it on here, 5.42 nautical miles.
Mm-hmm. And is that white hot, Chris?
I can't tell. It doesn't say.
Mr. Knapp, do you have any? Have you heard about?
Maybe mute that the dialogue. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
So I see a curve.
Yeah.
And then this kind of honestly looks like kind of balloon material or something. And then multiple pieces.
And it's shaped. It's reshaped.
But let me ask you this.
Martin, you saw the balloon get hit. It didn't respond like that, did it?
I've never seen a balloon.
Why would they shoot a balloon?
It was interesting here to me, though, is you still see parts flying, even after a while.
Can anyone hear me?
It's just falling in this angle, the compression of the focus, focal length, would make it look like it's going back, but you can't tell how far back it is. If that makes sense.
Look, and there's 3 or 4 pieces, chunks that are following.
Yeah, there's multiple parts. Then they zoom out to wide field of view. Now they're tracking it manually, because before they had a lock on it. Now it's manual track.
So is this after it was hit?
Yeah, this is after. It's a constant video. What's interesting is you can still see parts here. There's still parts in the same area. The problem is it could be just parallax again, like if go fast, if that is a balloon, then I think they have a reasonable argument.
But why would they shoot a balloon? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I don't know why, Martin.
Spy balloon, just like they shot the balloon that you saw, Martin.
And then that was
a Chinese spy balloon.
I think it's your audio, Martin.
I think if when we get out of this video, it'll go back to normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a Chinese spy balloon. That's
but this could have been a spy balloon as well that they took out or were trying to take out of the sky.
Yeah, but that would be at such a low level over the ocean. I don't know. Maybe we don't.
Well, the thing was,
this is 5 miles.
It's not. I'm not saying it's that, because what you saw, Martin, and posted, which was great, was pictures of it like completely being taken out, like there was nothing left. This thing is still moving, and so sorry about the helicopter.
Right.
The question.
Uh-oh. That was interesting.
We lost them both.
Is that me?
No. How are we going to lose them both at the same time? Shoot. I was trying to find the Hellfire missile here. Let me bring it up.
What happened?
You're here as well, right, Pavel?
Yeah, but what happened? Why is everybody else gone?
It dropped him.
There's Martin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi,
They're
dude.
coming back.
I don't know when I.
Wow,
but just
that
in
was
summary, I was
weird.
saying that Martin's balloon was obliterated. This wasn't. And also that you could see that there was a chunk taken, there was a curve taken out of it, and it was continuing to move. That doesn't sound like a balloon to me. I'm just saying that, the way things are moving, looking at it.
We all have to think like
dimensionality.
West in Stephen Green Street.
Okay. So this is a AGM 114. This is the Hellfire, is what they said they shot it with. So it's a missile normally used for anti-armor, so drone strikes. But they do have it on the Predators and the Reapers.
Okay.
Laser guided, because he
Chris,
did say
explain
Hellfire.
Why we wouldn't see an explosion? Was there not a warhead on that missile?
The way the explosions work is their fragmentation. So it's gonna blow up like a grenade and shoot a bunch of frag.
Click on the video so we can see it hitting something.
Let's see it. This is too long. Let me fast
It's like
forward.
a land target. Yeah.
Missiles away.
Yeah, so missiles away.
Now it's going.
It's 10 seconds. 20 seconds.
Okay, so that's an explosion.
Yeah. But when you
This did not explode. What we saw.
That's right. What are we watching, Chris? What are we watching that in? Is that a FLIR video?
this is a flare, yeah.
No. I'm sorry. I mean the original footage
Yeah, the original is a flare as well.
that they showed at the hearing.
Yeah, this is a flare
An
also.
idea what type of-
That's
FLIR?
It's
Okay.
definitely flare, yeah. Just the way it's black and white, the way the pixels move. It's definitely flare, but it's wide angle. You're pretty high. And 6 miles away, so that could be from a fighter. That could, or another, could be from another, like a Reaper or a Predator. Some other drone in the area, like up higher in the stack, and then you have someone shooting it from down lower.
Can we see the contact, the hit, a little bit earlier in the close-up video, Chris? Thanks.
I can play
There
it
we go.
slow.
Oh, great.
I wonder if you play. If you play it fast, if it would show a different reaction.
Yeah, there's no explosion or anything.
No explosion. That definitely curved, like you said, Chris.
And I don't see pieces coming off the missile. I see pieces coming off of the object.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The missile just keeps going. Which
Right,
means
like
that
it just brushed the side of the
smashed
missile or
into
something.
it.
Kind of like at
It's like it
Skinwalker Ranch
smashed
with the
into it and
bubble.
kept going.
Yeah.
that is an issue. It's like fuses. The way fuses work is that they have to have. You don't want them to be too sensitive that they just blow up right when you shoot whatever the weapon is, but you want them sensitive enough that they'll fuse on the target. Like if they go through if they go through clouds or something, you don't want them to fuse, but you do want them to fuse on your target. So there's a
unless that is a balloon and it bounced right off of it.
There's different type, like a proximity fuse. They have little radars. It shoots out a little radar energy. But like bullets,
That's changing course right there.
Well, he's changing the camera angle.
Copy that.
So it's hard to tell.
Well, Mick is right at work on this right now. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I know what he's going to say is that he's going to say it's a balloon.
A balloon and parallax, and the missile just barely scathed the object, and so it didn't explode because it never triggered the fuse.
Right. I think he's going to say, yep, it didn't detonate.
Well, these are all good questions.
Martin, yours detonated, so they were able to detonate that spy balloon. So they
It wasn't
do have that
actually my
technology.
spy balloon, just so everyone knows. It wasn't my spy balloon.
Come on, Martin.
I just happened to be, just for the people out there that don't know this, I just happened to be in Myrtle Beach and got out of the car looking at real estate, got out of the car, the real estate agent said, "Oh, there's a Chinese balloon." I said, "Yeah, it looks just like it." And he said, "No, there it is." And we watched a jet was coming right at it. I saw the whole thing firsthand. I got my camera out and watched the thing explode when I was right underneath it. It was pretty far up.
And we're supposed to believe you just
65,000
happened to be there? Okay.
Yeah, that's right. I was wearing black.
But you were there when it happened.
I was right under it. Yep. And I got it on film, and I did talk to BBC. That was fun.
Okay, so I think we know what Mick West will say on this.
Yeah.
At least I'm pretty sure it's going to be parallax, like go fast. And that was a good point, Dean, that you noticed that it doesn't look like it fused. And yeah, fusing is not so easy. I think that happened actually on the 3 balloons that they shot down. If you remember that, they had to shoot 2 missiles at the one over the Great Lakes, and people kept asking, why did they shoot 2?
What happens to a missile like that, Chris? Does it just go right into the ocean and they try to fish it out later, if they can?
I don't think they try and fish it out. No, I think they just leave it.
I would imagine it would have some type of tracker on it, though. It seems like it would if it didn't go. If it did, like if it was a dud, it should. All missiles should have some type of tracker, I would imagine.
It's 100, dude. It was 100-pound payload.
Very expensive.
That's pretty. Yeah.
They are, but no, there's no tracking on our missiles. When you're doing testing on it, it's telemetry. Yeah, then they'll know where it goes. But even then, no, there's stories of dropping glide weapons and they go off into the middle of nowhere. Actually, we don't know where they went, where the weapons go.
Yeah.
So I think that happened at the Great Lakes. It was F-16s, and they had to shoot 2. They shot 2 missiles, and people kept asking why they shoot 2 missiles. And I think it's hard to fuse off little targets. Again, like if it flies by a bird, you don't want it to fuse on the bird. You want it to go and hit the aircraft. So
that's a great point.
I think you're right, Dean, that it probably didn't explode on it.
What'd you guys think when Luna asked all of the witnesses up there if they thought that this video was scary? Like she said, "Does this video scare you?" And like every single one of them said yes, except George Knapp, who was kind of like meh. But everybody,
I'm happy that the video got released, is what he said.
Yeah. He said that he was glad that the video was released, but not that he was scared. So, but everybody else straight up said yes. What do you guys think about that?
I think Borland didn't say that. He said that he couldn't say what he felt, or like something like
That's
that.
right.
And
yeah,
I thought that
qualified.
Nucitelli's reaction was interesting because he was like, he laughed nervously, and then he said no, Like, I don't know what that is. I thought that was very telling.
That was interesting. Everyone
Yeah.
said, we don't know. And he said, I can tell you, but it'd have to be in a skiff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Whether he was scared or
I
not,
think it
he
would
needed
be-
a skiff to tell you that.
Yeah, I think it would be a shame if, because of the past record of what they've shown at these hearings, that if this thing can be explained, easily explained, just by having the right people looking at it, because now you're going to have all kinds of eyes looking at this, trying to figure out exactly what it is. And I hope they went through the diligence to do that ahead of time, instead of like the former videos that they've shown, which were explainable.
I thought
Yeah.
a really interesting point was, and I don't remember the representative who asked, but he asked Wiggins how far away the Tic Tac object was. And I think that's really critical because we don't have, because especially like this last FLIR video we were looking at, the reason we can't prove that it's not a balloon, or I argue we probably won't be able to prove it's not a balloon, because we actually don't know how far away it is accurately. There's no ranging to it. I didn't see any ranging in the video unless that 3 miles is correct. But I think the main argument that Mick West had against Wiggins on that Tic Tac video is that it's some sort of distant plane or like a planet or something in the distance. But if he has radar data showing that it's only 7 miles away, then we know you can basically properly identify it. Like the problem with just the FLIR is just one sensor. Like a fighter doesn't use just the FLIR. You know, the FLIR is one of several sensors, right? It's your eyeballs, it's your radar, it's the FLIR, and you have a laser that's on the FLIR as well. So you shoot out a laser to actually range things. So when we're trying to analyze all these videos and like Gimbal and the FLIR 1 and Go Fast, we're just getting a small half the information. You know, all your ranging, you can't trust the targeting pod for range. Like every fighter pilot knows that. That's why there's a laser on it. And so we don't know the range. But when the representative when he asked Wiggins, hey, how far away was this thing? And Wiggins said we had it on the radar. I believe it was 6 or 7 miles is what he said. That locks it in now. And so you could prove what that object is. You could prove that that object is a real UAP if you have the real radar data and you pair it with the FLIR. Like if they did a real investigation on it, if AARO actually looked at it and they got the radar data and they got the FLIR and they got Wiggins' testimony, then they should be able to prove without a doubt like that's anomalous. I think
Chris,
that's huge.
let me ask you this. I
was going to say, if we were to venture, if we were to venture that, okay, this was a genuine UAP that got hit by this missile, then it would mean that the UAP, because it would be definitely more dense than a balloon, more dense than a bird, that it should have gone off. So then we would have to, if we go down that road, it would be, okay, so this UAP took the impact, but was able to somehow thwart it going off, being active, the bomb in it, and aspect of the missile, and then it took that hit, which just sent some sections, pieces of it off, but it continued going. So I don't know if there's anything to be gleaned from that, as if it was able to control the fact that the explosion didn't happen, but it still took the impact.
I think, like looking at this, especially the public in general, like I haven't seen that many videos of things being hit by missiles. You'd have to get test range information to really show what would it look like. I'm guessing that this is in the realm of that's what something would look like if it was hit by a missile, and the missile didn't explode. I think that, or the object didn't explode either. So in that case, the object's not, if you hit a drone with a missile going that fast, I don't think it's supersonic, but I think it's still going, 500 miles an hour, say 400 or 500 miles an hour. If you hit something at 400 miles an hour, it blows up the newer missiles, like the AIM-9X, they don't even have warheads because they're so accurate. They just spear the object. There's a lot of Patriots. I don't know the versions of them, but they go like Mach 5 or 6 or something ridiculous. They don't even they don't even bother to put warheads on them.
Wow.
They go right through buildings. Actually, they have no. There's stories of them shooting, and the object went below the ground, and the Patriot just went right through the building. So they have so much energy that they don't even need the warhead. But so if it's going 400 or 500 miles an hour and it hits an object and it doesn't blow up, then that makes me think it's like, I don't know, I guess could be a balloon. Seems like a balloon would just pop immediately or blow apart or something. But I think the public, we don't have enough knowledge to say that that is or not a UAP. And that's why I say that the Wiggins testimony is much more powerful to me, is that they have the radar data, right? They should have saved all that radar data from the ship, and then they have the FLIR video. So if AARO did anything of its job, which, I mean, the hearings, they just hammered AARO, right? I heard them multiple times. They want to subpoena the old director, Kirkpatrick Pants.
Luna wants to subpoena Kirkpatrick Pants, yep.
Yeah, and she point blank said that he is a confirmed liar.
Yep.
Yeah, that was in her opening statement.
Wow.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
I think so. If it's in congressional record, if that data is anywhere, then I think that's a huge case. Actually, is the radar data matched with the FLIR, matched with the witness testimony. You can say right away that, hey, this is anomalous, because he said the objects flew off at way past supersonic speeds. So I think the Wiggins testimony from that is the best, like, because the other guys is just firsthand witness, right? There's no evidence or data, but like Wiggins, they showed the video, and then there should be the radar data. He talked to AARO, so it's like I hope they just follow that to trail.
Yeah, the most disgusting thing I heard, there were a whole bunch of weird inconsistencies in political comments that were actually completely incorrect. Like they mentioned the Phoenix incident, that Obama was president. That to me is a more fantastical story than anything at the UAP hearings, because Obama can go back in time to 1997 and can be president. That's like epic, pretty impressive.
I thought that was on Borland. I thought it was Borland or
no, it was
or Nusatelli.
It was let's see, who was it that said this? It was Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs said it. Anyway, it's interesting how these things are being blocked from us, and how flagrant they are about it, and how this whole thing seems to have been set up to be nothing but that, and how it was kind of allowed to be that, because all of us knew as soon as you are letting people do their self analysis or self investigate, it's going to go nowhere. So none of us are surprised, right, that we're here right now, right?
I thought AARO looks terrible, though.
Yeah,
I think they look terrible in the eyes of Congress.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to be a huge fan of AARO right now.
Anyway.
Go ahead, Pavel. What other point did you have?
I'm just glad that it didn't go off the rails, because I didn't have a lot of hope for a hearing where there were only witnesses from a specific party, not from different ones. And I do want a hearing from different parties, because I think that's important. I know that there's a lot of infighting in the community. I know that there's a lot of people that think other ones are not credible. I know that many of these Congress people have people from those different parties in their ear constantly. And I was really worried about it being turned into just like an unilateral type of source, And it was in a certain sense, but the hearing did deliver, in my opinion. I think that we do have to start talking about eventually about everything that happened before the hearing and the people that didn't come forward, and those who attempted to come forward, those who offered to come forward and didn't. Why did that happen? Who blocked that? And I know that there was a lot of conversation about the whistleblower protections. But I do think that there are a number of people who could have testified, and the whistleblower protection issue wasn't really an issue. They could have testified, and they were blocked. They were rejected. They were ignored. I want to know why that happened. I want to know why Jay Stratton wasn't there. I want to know why, if Dr. Hal Puthoff or Dr. Eric Davis probably offered to testify and they were ready to do so, why didn't they? I want to know that.
I was with
because
Jay
it's
3 days ago.
yeah.
And I asked him, I said, "Are you going to the hearings?" He said, "Nah, he's not going." And then the following night, he played with his band with Travis Taylor at Phenomenon.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I don't know if he was invited or not, or just decided not to go. But I did ask him if he was going, and he didn't sound like he was too enthusiastic about it, or showed much interest. That's how I read it. Anyway, but I don't blame them. I would be reticent to go as well, because look what they did with Jake Barber. I mean, they're pulling everything out. And one of the things that I wanted to touch on when I was speaking at this event was the fact that if you're in the military, like if you're a cop, these are tough jobs. These are jobs that psychologically bend your brain, because you're having to do certain things that you're told never, to do. In whether it's a right decision that's for the better cause, you're still having to do some pretty heinous stuff. That's going to jack you up. And so when I worked on crime shows for 20 years, I would interview these guys, and there were, problems, whether it was alcohol or whatever. And I'm generalizing here, but I'm not surprised that, we all have blemishes and stuff, especially, in their field. And so they paraded that out and did an effort to take him down. So where's the incentive, guys? I don't see any incentive to come out. I mean, Borland is like literally saying that he's going to be off of, unemployment and doesn't know what he's going to do. What does that say? That's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I guess what Jay's doing, is that he's coming out with a book. That movie is coming out by the end of the year.
Supposedly.
I think they already got a streaming service locked down. So
now I'm hearing a million different things. I talked to Jay about it, and he said that he believed it was going to have a limited theatrical release, and that the creator of it, Dan Farah, the director, that he was trying to engineer that. I've heard some other kind of crazy rumors and stuff, so it's all uncertain. But at least according to Jay, I can tell you, as of a few days ago, that was a game plan for it to have a limited theatrical release.
Okay. So what? I guess Jay is also trying to protect whatever comes out there and in the book too, right? Because if he talked about it in the hearings, the book would have no real sense of it just going out, because he would spoil whatever is in that book.
Spoiler alert.
I do want to ask, though, because you do have contact with him a little bit more. What do you think is the overall reason he is not as public as other UFO personalities? Because from my point of view, I think that he has like one of the most important stories to tell of all this. And I'm still unclear of whether that phrase he said that he saw with his own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings, I don't know if that was from the Skinwalker time, because he did say at one of those conventions that he did see a predator-like being and that he saw a UFO at Skinwalker Ranch. Do you have any idea if those are the only experiences he had, or if he had others apart from that?
Great question. I don't know that he was intentionally conflating Skinwalker Ranch with his experience. I think that that was separate. Don't know for sure, but we actually did wax on about being out there in the UFO community. We literally talked about that. So it's funny that you're asking. We were talking about how there's a lot of people. Say again?
Synchronicity.
Yes, synchronicity, exactly. Because I want to know those questions as well. And and what he said, we were talking about how there's a lot of people who come out and they have something of relevance to say on the topic. And everyone kind of has their piece of the puzzle, right? And only a few have a few pieces. And he was noticing, and both of us were kind of relating, that there's a lot of people that have that one piece, and then they keep showing up with other pieces that don't go anywhere, but they want to stay relevant. And he didn't want to be that guy. He made the point to say that.
I see.
And then also we kind of talked about how everyone would, a lot of people put themselves in their documentaries. And even George Tsoukalos was there in the green room with us, and he was listening. Someone was asking me questions and stuff, and he discovered that I had been there for 8 years, that I've been in the deep rabbit hole making, these documentaries, and then had mentioned, the new one, Life Beyond Earth, that we dropped. And he goes, "You've been at this a long time. How come I haven't heard of you?" And I was about to answer him and say, because I don't put myself in the videos. And so I don't have this, presence that you see, and that's not my branding. I want this stuff to speak for itself. I make independent films. This is, the way that I operate. Other people do, no, shade to them. But before I could tell him that, he got pulled on stage because Travis Taylor was impersonating him, sticking his hair up and going, "I'm not saying there's aliens, but they're aliens."
But there's
so
aliens.
George ran over to give him crap on the stage, jokingly and everything. But sorry, getting back to Jay, yeah, he just kind of sat there like a Cheshire cat, or stood there when I was talking to him, clocking it all. Very smart, strategic man. And it looked like he was kind of, he was judging everything, seeing how, the community and everything is, and being smart about it. And I think you're right. I think he's kind of waiting to drop that book. But it'll be interesting because Lou Elizondo's dropped his book. So the benchmark has been set, even though some will have, issues with some of the factoids in Lou's book. Jay knows that's kind of where the bar is set. So, I'm expecting his book to be amazing. So, or to be interesting at the very least, very interesting.
So, Dean, while you're talking about that, you must know about the friction between Jay's wife and Lou Elizondo.
I was just going to ask about that.
Yeah, I don't get involved. That's where I pull my little car over to the side of the road and start going, num, 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 num. If it relates to exactly what we're talking about, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But no. Plus, both of those guys could kill me in a heartbeat, and none of you guys would know what happened to me. So
yeah.
Be nice to get them both in a room and talk about it, right?
Maybe in a skiff. Yeah.
Yeah. There's that skiff.
Yeah, right.
Can I get everybody's opinion on something real quick? Something that happened during the hearing? I thought it was really interesting when the witnesses were asked if anybody was willing to name any gatekeepers. And for like a good couple of seconds, it was silence. I was
Crickets.
like, oh shit, crickets. Like, what is going on here? And then all of a sudden, Knapp steps in, saves the day. And he's like, yep, James Ryder at Lockheed Martin and Glenn Gaffney at CIA. He was like, boom, boom, double whammy. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah. I probably thought that Knapp was like thinking, everybody's ass is so uptight right now, I'm going to break the silence.
I was glad he did, though.
Yeah, Gaffney, have you guys heard of him before? I don't remember even seeing his name on the Global Access.
I've heard the name before,
Someone wrote me about him recently, and I'm trying to find that right now. But anyway, yes, I have heard that name, and like he's instrumental. So
that came from Chris Sharp, actually, at
Chris
Deliberation
Sharp
Time.
Oh, you got a good memory, Pavel.
I'm a journalist. I have to.
Good memory. And what about James Ryder at Lockheed? Anybody know anything about him? I guess we'll find out.
That was the first time I heard that name.
I've seen some
Yeah.
People posting online about him, but nothing like too detailed. I know that Coulthard mentioned him before. I know that Matt Ford mentioned him before. So his name has been around, but it was a big deal for me that both of those names were in congressional record now. So
yeah,
they have to inquire about them now. So that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you they're hiding under their desk.
Yeah. Well,
Go
it's
ahead,
been
Dean.
this agreement apparently forever that, you know, it's the safeguard firewall. And like they said, as soon as they stop putting things in writing, now we're, you know, now we're screwed. What are we going to, you know, do FOIA on, you know, wiretapping? I want to touch on one thing. I want your guys' opinion on this. Did anyone else notice that, that the first thing that, it should be Nucitelli as an Italian, but I think he does Nucitelli. Mentioned his first reaction was to make sure no one was abducted. Did you guys hear that?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I did.
That was crazy.
That was
He went in the
wild.
house to make sure that no one was abducted. That kind of
And no
took
one
me
asked
aback.
him.
I know.
Yeah.
There's no
No
follow-up.
follow-up.
And also, just as an addendum
Yeah,
to
no
that,
follow-up question.
everyone
Right,
was saying, did you believe in UFOs or were you interested in them beforehand? Well, the fact is 85%, a Pew report shows that we are all interested. The chances are that these guys would be interested. So it wasn't like saying, oh, there was some preamble
in that
to their
case,
interest in
yeah.
this that helped facilitate. Yeah. So, but the abduction thing, no one went back and said, what do you mean abduction? I would have loved, because this is the first time that experiencers really was pointed out. That was big.
Yeah, that was Crane. I wrote a note about that. He said that he didn't believe in UFOs until he watched that video, and then he became a believer. So
Yeah.
maybe we'll turn some more people from skeptic to believer, or however you want to label yourself. But I mean, that's why these hearings are so important, is so that people can see new things and have new things to integrate into their reality and go, okay, well, if that's true, then what does this mean? And then once you go down the rabbit hole, it's like slip and slide. You know what I mean? You might as well get comfy. Yeah.
Well,
Grab the
I want
popcorn.
to just pick that term believer, because I don't think that's the right term, because anyone that wants to look into this can see that there's UAP UFOs. They do exist. The question is, what are they? That's the, I don't think anyone turns into a believer if they really look into it. They're just going to say, oh, this is really happening, but what is it? That should be the question. That is a question that we all have. But I thought the term believer, and I'm not, saying it's a bad term. I just think it doesn't really work when it comes to the UFO UAP topic, because they're either
I'm going to take
here
Martin,
or they're not here.
I'm going to take exception with that because I've never really seen a UFO. I've shot video of some kind of strange things, drones and stuff, but not really. So I say I believe in that. If someone said to me, do you know? I would still have to say, I don't know. I don't know firsthand. I've not seen something up close compared to other people. But I 100% believe that this is happening. But I can't say with certainty that I personally know, which is why I think it's important that we have firsthand witnesses and not second and third.
Okay, so
Yes,
you're saying
absolutely.
that people believe in things, that you believe that people are seeing things, but you're not saying you believe in UFOs. That's two different things, but we will argue
I'm saying
about
I
this
believe in
offline.
UFOs. I believe in UFOs based on people who have seen them and their testimony. That to me makes
All right,
me
Dean.
believe in it. But I
Give
can't
me
say
a call
I know.
afterwards, Dean. We'll have a discussion
Oh
afterwards.
man, this is going to
Dean.
get ugly. I'm sorry, guys. This is like
gonna get
parents
ugly,
fighting.
yes.
This is bad.
No, that's cool. While you guys hash that out, I want to piggyback on something that Pavel brought up earlier, and that's people that we like kind of wish that we would have seen today, but for whatever reason weren't there.
Yeah.
And George Knapp brought up two huge names of people that should also have been witnesses either today or at some point in the future, and that's Dr. Jacobs.
Yeah.
And that's Robert Salas. And I know that Robert Salas was there because I've seen him in some pictures of the UAP hearing party.
Right.
So he was there, and he has said many times on the Good Trouble Show with Matt Ford, many times, like, look, I don't know why they're not asking me to testify, but I want to, like, call me. And he, so I thought it was cool that they dropped the name Dr. Jacobs and Robert Salas, who was there, but not as a witness.
David, you're talking about Dr. David Jacobs?
Or Robert Jacobs.
Robert Jacobs and
Yeah.
Robert Salas.
Yeah, exactly.
But Bob Salas, I talk with him quite often. Bob Salas is there, and Bob Salas is meeting with Burleson this afternoon.
Oh, that's good news.
So,
cool.
Yep.
Okay.
So that should be interesting, whatever happens with that. And I asked someone to send a video if they can to me about that. I hope it's, at least somewhat revealing. But
by the way,
yeah.
There was something that I read that happened when Burleson got some documents into congressional record. He got Michael Herrera's testimony in. He got Randy Anderson's testimony in. And he got stuff from Dr. Greer in. So, and that's on congressional record now. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Well, Herrera was going to be one of the witnesses. I don't know if you heard that. But there was a while, maybe it was just a rumor, but it was out there everywhere that Mike Herrera was going to be on, one of the, he was actually noted as the first witness for a while. And then you didn't hear anything about him. And I've been in contact with him here and there, but I didn't send him anything on this. I thought he'd be overwhelmed with messages, but I don't know what happened with it. I will ask him though.
What did you guys think of Spielberger? Oh, sorry. What did you think of Spielberger being added? Did you guys know about him? He wasn't on the original witness list. Do you think he was a
I didn't know about him till .gov made the announcement, and then when I read his document, I was like, okay, he's not a witness, but he is bringing, attention to specific important things. And I hope I can find my page on what he wanted. But I just basically know that he wanted more whistleblower protection. That's basically what he was calling for. He was stressing the importance of why we need to have an environment for these whistleblowers to walk into that are conducive for them to share their testimonies with us. Because why would somebody want to come forward and invite ridicule and career shaming and public retaliation and assassination attempts even? Why would somebody want to come forward as a whistleblower if that's the environment that they're walking into? So I found it really enlightening, and I was finding it hopeful that a lot of people were mentioning that we need more witness protection. I mean, we were talking about with Borland's testimony, the amount of retaliation that he personally has experienced. And I was glad to hear that, on record, because, a lot of rumors are going around about stuff that's happened. I mean, look, David Grush was standing behind Burleson today, and we just learned that he got a gun pulled on him a couple of days ago. So, I mean, this kind of stuff is no joke. Our whistleblowers really do need to be protected. Their lives are at stake. They're not coming forward to gain something. Whistleblowers aren't really gaining anything by doing this other than sharing truth with humanity, which ultimately is the reason why they do it, because they know that it's bigger than all this petty little human stuff that we like to do with the information.
Yeah, also Nusatelli, I also noted he mentioned witness intimidation as well. So Borland and Nusatelli both said that.
Both, yeah.
Yeah, not only that, I was really impressed, though he had trouble kind of articulating his points, Wiggins, Chief Wiggins, that he was there, an active, armed forces officer. I had a guy that I just met who is still, he's kind of retired, but he's still been read in. And he was telling me about this USO. And he was very specific about it, but there was no way that he was ever going to talk about it because he's still read into this program, and you want that privilege of being read in. So you, at least you know, but he, pulled me aside and like, I'm just listening to the story. I'm going, this would be great on any platform, and this guy could get booked on anything, blah, blah, blah. Not into it. He's just grateful that he's actually able to be a part of this. And so that's something that is also, I think, a dynamic, is that a lot of these people are afraid that if they do that, they're going to lose. Lou's always saying that. I don't want to lose my, clearance. And so it's not just that, but that's a really good point. Why? What is the advantage of doing this? Unless you're going, oh, I'm going to do a book, or I've got footage that I'm going to drop and I'm going to sell the video. So
right. And I'm glad that you brought up USOs, because Burchett also made a statement stating that he thinks that NHI are in our waters. And that's been one of my theories for such a long time. Absolutely. I'm like, these oceans are 80% of our planet, 90% of them are uncharted, undiscovered. So who's to say there's not bases or some sort of something down there? I mean, that's just something that I've always stood on a soapbox about. So I was glad to hear him talk about it. And I mean, Richard Dolan has written books on USOs. It's just a topic that I feel like needs more discussion, because we're always worried about like looking up at space, but let's look down into the oceans of the planet we're sitting on already. It's like, what if they're already here?
And I want to know if you guys have ever seen the movie called The Abyss. And if you haven't, for anybody that's out there watching, I highly recommend you go watch the Abyss.
Cameron, The Abyss.
Oh, The Abyss. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Didn't Burleson recently say that The Abyss was true, or made a reference to something
he
about...
said he thinks that's most likely the case.
Yeah.
From what he's being told.
So there's a guy
which is
named
wild.
Scott. There's a guy named Scott Cassell. He was the first person to film a giant squid in the wild, and he's had like 5,000 hours underwater. And he was on a rebreather off the coast down at Baja in the Sea of Cortez, and he all of a sudden sees this cube that just shows up, and he starts like chasing it down. He goes down to like 400 feet, and it's this gold cube, just intelligently controlled. And he's 60 miles offshore away from everyone. And he encounters this. And that is such a dramatic story. And he's filming the whole time. He has 2,500. He actually has a brain tumor right now, unfortunately, but he's not able to find the original film. But I mean, that's one of the most crazy USO things I've ever heard, and he describes it as a cube. And then I started wondering about what Ryan Graves was reporting was a cube and a sphere, off the coast. Maybe there's some type of relationship between the two there. It's fascinating.
Good point.
Anyway.
Pavel, it is fascinating. Pavel, you looked like you were about to say something. I was like, ooh, what was that?
No. I don't know. There's a lot of different stories about USOs. And I've been talking to Rich a little bit about some of the stories that he has for his volume 2, and some of the things that he's going to talk about there are really, really interesting. And it's worldwide. It's not just happening with the U.S. or with the Navy. It's happening all over. The most activity there is actually is near my house in Baja. I live in Tijuana, and I went to interview fishermen who, one of those fishermen actually was also interviewed by Elizondo. And they do talk about that there's a lot of activity right up north of Guadalupe Island. And there is an electromagnetic anomaly there where most of the sightings are, and where a lot of these objects get out of the water, and they light up the entire place, and then they just leave. They just go up. And there's plenty of people who have seen them. There's a marine biologist who studies animals within the island who has already seen a couple of those objects that are they glow. That's what it's not a light per se, it's a glow, and it's really intense glow.
I can tell you what this guy told me. If you guys want to hear about the USO, he was
yeah.
Hey, real quick, guys. Don't mean to interrupt you guys, but I actually have to go. I have to get ready and go to work, but Allie's going to stay. So I just wanted to thank you, Chris, for having us on. And also, I wanted to give a shout out to Zen real quick. I saw your comment from earlier, and much love. Thanks for the support. But anyway, it's been an honor, but I do have to go to work. So thank you guys. And
Yeah, thank you,
we'll talk
Justin.
again soon.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
Justin.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Justin.
All right, take care.
Let's hear the USO story.
All right. So I won't say whether he was, what branch it is. I'll just say looking down on a craft under the water, and they could see it. They had eyes on it. And they're trying to communicate with this very, very large craft. And no communication is happening. They're pinging it, nothing's happening. And so they decide to send a torpedo at it. The torpedo comes and it seems to absorb it and split into two. And then he said it was like a lava lamp, the way that it moved away. And they were just sitting here. I mean, they were like, what's going to happen when this torpedo hits it? They were expecting the same, there'd been an explosion, everything, right through it. Yeah.
Is this person from the Navy?
No, I can't tell you what branch he's in but I can tell you that the problem or the challenge with underwater, submersibles is there's so much life under the water. So I'm curious what Allie thinks about this. There's so much life on the water. How do these things move so fast? They call them go fast, I believe, or fast runners, right?
Fast walkers.
Under the water.
Fast movers, according to Mark David, fast movers.
Yeah. How do they not hit all the fish and not kill tons of fish? And then the fishermen would come and, scoop them up. How do they? So they must be some form of transmedium where they're able to go through or whatever. What is your take on that, Allie? I'm just curious.
I mean, that's a great point. And I too have wondered the same thing, because if these objects are moving so quickly, like that the radars are having trouble keeping up with them, I've always been like, okay, well, how are they not like ramming into a school of fish or into a beluga whale or a great white shark or something? I'm thinking maybe there's some sort of conscious resonance with the creatures of the ocean. Like, I mean, when you see a flock of birds, and I'm forgetting the word, when they move and it looks like a big wave, what's that word? There's like a I believe the word begins with an M, and forgive me, I'm having a brain fart, I can't think of what it is.
Oh, well, like migrate, where they're just kind of, what is that?
Yeah,
It's
there's a word for it.
Of fish.
Starlings.
Right.
It'll
come to me later. But the point is like when all of those birds are in that movement, in that motion, none of them are hitting each other. None of them are banging into each other or falling out of the sky due to collision. So it's because they're all in the same telepathic wavelength. They're all in the same resonance. So I'm wondering if the USOs and the ocean life have the same sort of connection or communication.
It could be that,
well,
which is really interesting.
Yeah.
Or the gravity bubble concept also.
That too. Yeah.
It's a mermation, by the way. Yeah.
Thank you. That
It's
was the
called
word, mermation.
Yeah. But I've always, along your point, I've always thought, well, if they're coming in from another star system or whatever, think of all the debris in space that they would be hitting if they're going multi-million miles an hour. That's why they must travel in a certain way that we can't figure out. That doesn't make any sense to us. Wherever they go, and
they don't make supersonic shockwaves. So it seems like they're not like Pavel said, some sort of gravity bubble, or they're basically bending light. If somehow they know how to manipulate light and matter, so they're just able to bend around it.
Yeah. I think the best, the thing where I park my belief system on this, I've interviewed 2 of the students from aerial school. And what they said is that the beings were moving as if they were skipping time. So I think that these crafts are able to move at a certain pace. And then that's a base pace, because everyone says it's kind of the same, right? And then it takes off, and it's almost like it is there and it's not. It's quickly moving. Right. Well, if there was any life in there, it would be spam in a can. So my belief that I'm parking it, again, my belief, is that they're relocating themselves in time further apart, incrementally further apart. So it looks like they're taking off, but it's just like, we're done here and now we're moving and doing this. That would make sense to me, because then you would not have a supersonic, blowback. You wouldn't have any, anything else, because you're essentially moving at the same speed. You're just relocating where you are. Does that make sense?
Interesting idea. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
I mean, we
time
heard
travel.
Francis. Yeah, Francis.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Chirahuda,
exactly
for
what I
one,
think it is. Yeah, yeah.
says-
It's time travel.
Yeah, blinking out. The figure was blinking out and ahead of itself. He was trying to
Yeah.
describe it. But
And you
I
could
wanted to
maneuver
talk
around other
quickly.
things because you're just.
That's
you
right.
know.
Yeah.
And
About-
something that I
about-
also just thought about. Oh, sorry, Martin. Do you mind if I get this out of my head before the brain cell dies? We were talking about how in the UAP video about how it looked like the missile kind of like bounced off the edge of it. And now we're talking about craft moving through the ocean and how it doesn't ram into all of the ocean life that's down there. Now it's also making me think about, I'm not sure how many of you watch the show Skinwalker Ranch, but that bubble that they have where they're doing all these experiments, and it seems like they know the parameters or the perimeters of the bubble and how there's certain GPS data that just gets bounced off. And like maybe these craft have the ability to literally just create a bubble of distortion of space-time, and that's what we're seeing, but we're not fully comprehending the mechanics or the operations of how it all goes down and how it all works.
I know who
I think we
comprehends this
I think we
perfectly.
just solved the whole thing.
Oh, we had two thoughts
Dr.
going
House,
on there.
what
Who
up?
wants to go first? Okay, go.
Well, that's what
Dr. House,
Borland
what
said.
up?
I think
Yeah, Borland made reference to that on the basically within a certain range, and when it shot off, that's when he felt these electromagnetic effects. But go ahead, Martin. What were you going to say?
no, I was just thinking. I think we just solved the whole UFO enigma right now. That's it.
Oh.
You know it. All right, time to go home. Yeah. No.
I'm
It's as
copywriting
simple
right
as a
now.
bubble, right?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Library
copyright
of
it,
Congress,
yeah.
copywriting.
No, I think it's all great points. I mean, it's such a mystery. But Pavel, what I wanted to tell you was off the Baja I didn't realize that's where you were, but that's where that USO incident took place. And he was saying it had a glowing from within, like a gold glowing from within. I just think I'm going to try to send you that link so you can hear this guy describe it.
Yep.
Chris will hook me up with your email address and maybe.
I will. I just wanted to finish on, I thought the best witness or the most exciting for me was Borland. I don't know, Martin, I saw
too.
you made a bunch
Yeah.
of comments. So what was your take on Borland?
I think it was absolutely awesome the way he was describing everything, his feeling, his cell phone. The thing looked kind of like liquid, and that kind of reminded me of Jonathan Wygant's testimony and what he saw in a way. The different color changing. I'd like to know more about that. But also, he said at the same time, he said he thought it looked liquid. He said it had a sharp 90-degree angle. And he also mentioned that it had the lights that you keep hearing about on each corner and the larger one in the center. How many times have we heard that same thing? Many, many times. And how it moved off. There was no air displacement. There was no, sonic boom or anything like that.
No sound or
And it went up
anything.
and the only way he knew it wasn't a star was because he saw it ahead of time. That's how fast it moved up above him. I just love that whole testimony. I just thought it was the best one I've heard there.
Yeah, agree.
What was your take, Pavel? Yeah.
I think it's funny how these black triangles are now on congressional record, and they're getting more traction than any other shape. That tells me that it's the shape that most people see, at least within the military, and it's the shape that has them the most puzzled, because I've spoken to a couple of people who have also sightings and even video of these black triangles. Representative Burleson, like a month ago, confirmed a story that I did of a civilian witness who recorded these black triangles. And I just think that this is going to ramp up. We're going to keep hearing and keep seeing stuff about these triangles. And I'm just torn on which is which, right? Because there's this debate that is never ending. There's people that don't think that we reverse engineered anything. There's people that do think that we did. and the debate is really, really hot all the time. And I see people who have credible accounts and credible points on both sides. So I'm torn on whether we did or we didn't. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I think that was one of the most significant parts of the whole leading up and the hearing and the aftermath, these black triangles. And I thought that was really interesting.
I was surprised to hear Black Triangle because I didn't really know what he was going to say, right? Because I knew he worked at Geospatial Agency. I don't know if he actually worked there, but he worked as an analyst, a satellite analyst. So I was expecting to hear more. He saw videos of orbs. That's what I was expecting, like the John Ramirez type. Oh, I saw these videos, kind of like a Matthew Brown release. I wasn't expecting this, similar to Nusatelli, the direct witness that he saw a triangle. So when he came out and he described like a straight TR3B, I was surprised, to be honest. I was like, holy shit, man, that's literally a TR3B. And he said it's the same three, lights on the corners and then the big light in the center. Excuse me. And then they asked specifically, do you think it was foreign? And he said no, it wasn't foreign system at all, or he didn't believe it was foreign. And then I still even am kind of confused now. I'd have to go back and watch on what he said if he thought it was U.S. Do you guys remember?
No, what he said was he thought the military knew what it was. He didn't say whether it was U.S. or whatever. By the way, just real quickly, Mike Herrera has just said that he just replied to me, basically said that they wanted to have new people in, and he did throw his hat in the ring, but they decided they wanted new people, which they had today, that are talking about it, and I guess they did a pretty good job at that.
Can I offer a bit of insight into that? What you just said, Martin, about Mike, because and this is something that happens to every single whistleblower that comes forward before a hearing or on their own or through X Spaces like Jason Sands did. There's always like a lot of mess going around right after they become public, and they become toxic instantly because even if their story is true, they're just too public about it. And for example, Herrera's story is really out there. It took me a while to just like pay attention to it because the first time I heard it, I was like, no way this happened. It's way too fantastical to be true. And I think that and if I'm thinking as Congress is thinking leading up to the hearing, I would definitely want people whose names are not that public yet and who generally have like no toxicity around their case, as for example Herrera did, because how toxic it's been for him and how incredibly difficult it's been for him. So I completely understand their side, but I also understand his frustration because he released a video where he basically told other whistleblowers to not come forward because he wasn't going to be at the hearings. So I understand both sides, and I think that whoever wants to come forward before a hearing, I think that they should really consider it, and based on how they lose their anonymity, how they're attacked online, how they're harassed, all of that happens to every single one of them. And I think that's one of the reasons why Congress is like, we got to keep it to new names, unknown faces. I think that's why.
Great point.
I think it was also just more exciting to, it was a new account and it hadn't been put out previously. It hadn't been watered down or attacked on X already. It was like straight there. So I thought it was amazing. And then I saw a lot of comments on people, and Dean even brought it up. I'll bring you back, Dean. I see you're here now.
Oh, there is Dean. I was just trying to text
I
you.
have ant spraying going on. No conspiracy. We just have ants. It's the summer, so he's
Okay.
spraying it. So
You guys are probably telling me I was muted. So I just think it's very exciting. Borland was a new face. You know, he hadn't been released prior.
Yeah.
He hadn't been attacked.
Yeah.
As soon as you
Yeah.
release a video, it doesn't matter what it is. It's going to be attacked on X, you know, of course, or anywhere else. So I thought it was exciting that Borland released that. And then, like you brought up, Dean, is he said, I can tell you in a skiff. And I saw a lot of comments from people saying, you know, why don't they just say the information? And I think if he says anything that's classified at all, or then he immediately opens himself up to be attacked legally, right, by any government agency. And I believe if it's classified, if what he said is classified, then he will be prosecuted in a classified hearing. So meaning no one's going to even know what he said or that he's even being prosecuted. So I think as soon as he says anything that's borderline or even can be considered classified, that he will immediately be prosecuted, and so they can shut him down that way. So I think that's why he says, I can tell you that in a skiff. So he can tell the stuff that's not classified, right, that what he saw and what he believes, but as soon as they start asking for any sort of possible classified information, I think he's just
frozen up.
His hands are tied. I think his hands are tied.
yeah. Also, the fact we do have to take note of is that, because we brought this up earlier, is that you know, why are these people coming forward? Here's someone who is going to be running out of unemployment, who's literally at the end of his rope, and so he's throwing down. But even then, he's doing it with caveats because he knows that he can be severely harmed, literally. You know, talking about the espionage, you know, law. So it's just interesting that, you know, these guys are getting to a place where, you know, where they have to get to that kind of dire. Isn't this hysterical? This is like Ghostbusters. I'm going to have to have you sign a release when we're done, sir. Yeah. So I did want to touch on one thing, and that is I want to get who it was. It was Republican Rep Bolbarts. She kind of slightly subtly enforced the Van Allen radiation conspiracy deal. So I'm just going to, for people who still think that there's an issue with that, the origin of the Van Allen belt, it was discovered by a physician, James Van Allen, and his team in 1958 using data from Explorer, the first American satellite. The belts named after him are donut-shaped regions of high-energy charged particles trapped by Earth's magnetic field. The discovery marked the emergence of space physics and provided crucial information for future space exploration. Now, here is the explanation of why the Apollo crafts were able to, and humans were able to circumvent this. Apollo spacecraft got past the Van Allen belts by traversing at high speed along a specific trajectory to minimize exposure time, and by bypassing through the less intense, weaker parts of the belt, a maneuver made possible by the belt's weaker outer edge. The Apollo spacecraft's aluminum hull also provides some radiation protection for the astronauts inside. Now, if that still doesn't make you sleep better at night, just know that humans are returning to the moon with NASA's Artemis program, with the first crew flyby mission, Artemis 2, expected to launch next April 2026, followed by the first crewed lunar landing mission, Artemis 3, tentatively scheduled for mid-2027. The Artemis missions will send astronauts to orbit and land near the moon's south pole, building on the 2022 uncrewed Artemis 1 mission. So all of these questions with regards to footage and clean footage, we are going to have, and it's going to be pretty amazing. I'm very excited about that. But again, if you have a high-powered telescope, just go and take a look at the lunar lander that's still in the flag,
Lantern.
that is still on the moon. So please, let's put
Is
that
that
guy
the
to bed.
flat? Is that the flat moon? From the flat
Yes,
Earth?
the flat. Well,
You can see it.
it's flat when you look at it from the flat Earth.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh man.
yeah. That's a,
I wanted to add
was at
this. A special thanks to Brian Shirley. He gave a big hi to Pavel, Chris, and the guys. Shock Kangaroo.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so
I hope
much.
that includes me. Just
yeah.
saying.
And the girl.
Yeah.
The guys and the girl.
Yeah, the lady, the fine lady.
And the lady.
Yeah.
It's crushed. Yeah, thanks to the Super Chats and War Ranch LLC. Thanks for all your generous support. Thank you.
I
wanted
have
to
two
say
quick
one
points I
last
would
thing.
like to make. Oh, go ahead, Martin. You go first.
Well, no, I'm kind of being humorous here. I was at a conference when Paul Hynek was talking, and he shows everyone the Van Allen belt, and then he tells a story about it. It was a regular belt, the leather belt, that that Van Allen gave his father, J. Allen Hynek, the belt, and here now you have the Van Allen belt, the guy that discovered that. So I thought it was pretty funny. I was trying to end on some humor. Go ahead, Ali.
I'm sorry. I just got distracted by somebody who said that I'm an uneducated old lady. I have multiple degrees and I'm young, so you're quite wrong. But anyways, I wanted to bring up the point that George Knapp entered documents into Congress regarding Russia. And if there's one thing I know about America, it's that America is motivated by competition. They don't want their quote unquote adversaries to have bigger, better things than they do, right? So I'm wondering if the fact that we just entered this information into Congress about Russia is going to move the needle in terms of like what maybe the government will do. Because if you think back to even like the spy programs back in, I think it was like the 70s, the only reason why they started those is because they heard that Russia already had them going on. So I'm wondering if like the same motivation that made us start spy programs because Russia is going to have the same sort of effect in this scenario. It was just a thought that I had. I could be conflating, but it's okay. I just wanted to get it out. And then I also wanted to end on Eric Burleson's message to everybody, which was basically that the time to take action is now. We have to pass HR 5060. We have to get the UAPDA passed, and it's basically time for us to get off of our butts and make stuff happen. So help Danny Sheehan and all them get these things passed. Help Tim Burchett get his HR 5060 passed. And the more things like this that we have in place, the further we can get without sliding backwards. So I just wanted to bring that up and end on the note that Crockett said that courage is contagious and we need more courage.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you. What are your final points, Pavel? I thought you've already had great perspective.
I thought that, well, first, thank you for having me. This was really cool. I'm really happy that I got to share the screen with you guys. I do want to have you on my show eventually, all of you. So let's, if we can set that up, that'd be really cool. In terms of the hearing, I'm happy that we kind of feel like we got a little back on track after the November hearing. So that's the main point that I want to put out there. And I liked how George Knapp kind of commanded the conversation at the end when he started just like spitting out facts and like rapidly. And hopefully we can get more people like him who are like more knowledgeable on the overall topic to speak in settings like this one. And hopefully we can also get another panel like the one we had at the start of the year, because I think those are important too. Even if they're not under oath, I think that getting panels like that and getting people more used to this jargon and the knowledge and the information, I think that is very important. Just keep in mind, we're still like 5% of the world's population that is interested in this, if at all. Like seriously though, because I know that UFOs have been mainstream since the 40s basically, but nobody really regards them as something serious to think about. And I think that those numbers need to grow over the coming years, and events like today's are going to help move that number up, I think. And thank you for having me again. It was a pleasure.
Oh, thank you very much, Pavel. I'm definitely going your show for sure. And links to everybody. So to Martin Willis, I've been on his show as well. Thank you, Martin. You've been on mine. To Pavel at Psicoactivo. We have Ali and Justin, UAP Society, and then Dean, his movies. And is your next series already out? Is it coming out, Dean?
Yeah, so part 2 of the Alien Perspective just dropped
Okay.
called Life Beyond Earth, and they're both on Amazon, or you can just go to alienperspectivemovie.com, and I'm also on social media under my name, Instagram, etc.
Okay, what are your final points, Dean? What's your final points?
My final points are when ants show up, man, you got to jump on that stuff. You have to have exterminators out here, as you clearly saw. I kind of, God, not to sound like I'm endorsing anything, but I feel like this is the appetizer that we're seeing, the hearings, right? If we were to fully sit down for, at least a couple course meal, we would be talking about the experiencers. And I know that Ralph Blumenthal was trying to get an article out on the New York Times when the new regime came in at New York Times and put the kibosh on everything UFO related. But I know there's a lot of people in the experiencer community who feel like they deserve a seat at the table. But right now we're kind of seeing the tail of the dog, and the audience has to fill in the rest of the dog. No, well, that's a tail, that's a dog. But the experiencers and that should be taking also kind of into this, but maybe that's a whole separate thing, which it probably should be, and bifurcated. But as far as the hearings go, I agree. Maybe it was Pavel who said this, or maybe it was you, I don't remember. But it is back to the first. It was as kind of impactful as the very first hearing was, I would say. And even though I was kind of surprised that Knapp was there as well, I thought he was able to embed it in a context and to address certain things like this has been going on forever. So don't tell me that we had that technology, whether it was 2004, whatever. The Tic Tac shape has been described for decades. So it's not like all of a sudden UFOs started being seen. I'm more concerned with the fact that the new narrative is that there are technology, and that's not the fact. And so I think as a whole, we're here because of the hearing. I would say that it was under the circumstances, it was pretty strong. I thought it was pretty strong at this moment. And also I want to say it was great. Thank you, Chris, having me on. Seeing you, Martin. Pavel, nice meeting you. Same with you, Ali. And Justin.
Very nice to meet you as well, Dean. Thank you. Thank you, Dean.
Sure.
And
you guys already know me. I love collabs. I love getting people together like this. I've already spoken with Pavel on our show. We spoke with Chris on our show. Martin, Dean, you guys are more than welcome. Open invites. I'll send you my email. But yeah, I just also wanted to make sure that we thank the people in the audience who have been sticking around with us since 10 o'clock. We've been going on some hours now.
Right.
So shout out to every single person that is in the chat.
Right.
Except for the old lady comment. And I think they were referring to your education. You have to be an old lady to be that educated.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I think it was because of the cat. I'm kidding.
Oh, it's okay. It's all right. I don't mind.
Well, it's funny. Dean mentioned earlier about like, oh, you've been around all that long, and I don't even know who you are. And I have that happen all the time. I've been doing this podcast and focusing on UFOs since 2011, and a lot of people don't know who the hell I am, and that's okay. But I thought today was really, really good. Chris, of course, you and I were the last two people in the door at the first hearing. I did go to the second hearing. I froze to death starting at 3 o'clock in the morning outside. No place to use the bathroom. It was just terrible. But and I made it in that time too. And I got to tell you, I was center row right behind Lou Elizondo last November. I couldn't hear a thing. I couldn't hear the whole. I could see everything. I love doing it this way, and I'm not cold. And but anyway, I thought it was. I agree with what everyone has said before. I think it was very impactful, and it was, to me, this could have been the first hearing just as well as as this could have taken place as the first hearing with the great work. And I at first thought also that, oh boy, George Knapp's going to be there. He's going to talk about Bob Lazar or whatever. But I think George did a wonderful job, and I think he was a great asset for him being there. To let people know what he's been looking at for all these years. And when they went through all his awards and things like that, I mean, they can't deny that he's not a really great journalist. So anyway, I thought it was great, and I really enjoy all of you. And like I said, I believe in cross-pollinating shows, so you're all welcome on my show as well. And it's been a real pleasure being here today with all you and the audience as well.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. Yeah, I think it really had everything, right? In my book, the hearing, we had whistleblower protections. We had something for the UFO nuts, I guess, like us. I think we had, I was surprised by Borland's triangle account. But then we also had for the mainstream, I think is really what this should be aimed at. Like Pavel said, is getting people used to the nomenclature, getting them used to the long history. And then we also had 2 cases where they talked about witness intimidation by the government. And so, it really covered everything I could have hoped for. I'm sure people would be disappointed. I saw in the comments as well. But from my point of view, it was, a really solid hearing. I'm happy it happened. And thank you guys so much for being here. I really, really enjoyed it. Everyone in the audience, thank you for still being here, and go check out everyone's shows. Links will be in the description. All different types of shows, different angles, different perspectives, and I think it's going to take all of us really to try and get through any sort of truth in the end. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the super chats. Really appreciate that. And if you want to support, please hit the like button. Go check out all these guys' channels, and you can also check out patreon.com. /Chris Lehto. So thanks everybody. Have a great rest of your day. Peace.